The intention of justice is to see that the guilty people are proven guilty and that the innocent are freed. Only we have a problem here.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are taking a look at this case from a psychological perspective.
Fun. Everybody was having a good time.
Does Brian Albert strike you as the kind of guy who is always having fun? No. And here's a news flash for this judge. Mental health professionals have solutions.
They made him arrest. I got the guy called Danny.
It was like a mix between sadness and anger, because that's the moment for him when he really started to believe that his mother was involved.
The only corresponding records in the other databases are from previous days.
There is a huge psychological component to what was going on here. And according to this group, Brian Albert Jr. gets like the most celebrated birthday hour of anybody ever. Like every 30 seconds, someone's like, "Happy birthday!" John totally seemed like such a cool guy.
John makes me like
Somebody jumps in as a journalist, draws attention to it in a light that is not good for the prosecution. I mean, and there are serious allegations of corruption in the DA's office, in the state police.
It's not like his 21st birthday. Hi, loophole lawyer. How are you?
It's great. It feels good to be back.
I'm going to go with the seahorse because certainly I've gotten a lot of love from everybody today, which feels nice.
You are very, very loved. And I can't believe we get to spend your birthday with you. Happy birthday!
Text messages read back as if he's the aggrieved party.
Hold on. Have each of you been called murderers?
Who wants to be the one to give Matt the bad news?
I wanted to prove or to demonstrate.
I don't know where the dog was. I didn't hear any barking. Her name is Sunny. She was named after Santino Corleone.
Oh my God, this is he.
Say hi, everybody. There's my Johnny. Hello. That's my Johnny.
Sunny barks if you walk by my window and sneeze. You're not really going to deny this, are you?
it's so weird. It's like the Inside Out, upside down. And Narnia.
I would get at some point in a timely fashion and then turn it over.
Know if we had it enough, or we had it all, I should say.
Kill me. Not having any observable or detectable electrical activity would be a systole.
Means death. 3 separate tab IDs. The thing he had to encourage her to do was not to testify.
You know, and Julia Albert responds to the text message from John, and she goes, "My biggest fear in life is ending up on Turtle Boy."
Stop it.
Oh, you never seen that? Oh, I got it.
You're not going to like this, though. You're going to disagree with me on
Just say it. I like the
disagreement.
conflict.
Okay.
Yeah, the disagreement.
People are terrified of him. They're absolutely terrified of him. And how do we know that? We know that from Mega Motion. Just another day for me, right? Which means it was just not an ordinary day for somebody else. Just when you thought you were out, pull you back.
Karen Reed plots. She fabricates a conspiracy.
I am just a person who likes to understand. That's going to increase the likelihood that we're going to take some action.
There she is.
Gotcha. Okay, so your sister...
My sister Jillian, yes.
It's funny. But then he's got part of his shirt untucked. His back pocket is kind of hanging out.
He has to buy that. So, he has to buy that. So...
And showing solidarity, you can see them there.
It's about getting justice for John O'Keefe. There clearly is an issue of integrity.
How dare they?
Justice for all. Only we have a problem here.
We definitely do. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Yay. It is a special Mon-Day 12 o'clock show with one of my very favorite people in the whole world. So I'm just going to welcome her right in. Hello,
Hi.
Mon-Day. Hi. This is so exciting. We're together
I'm
on a
so
Monday.
excited. I'm so excited about this. I feel like
It's
I'm normally
exciting.
just watching you and now I'm here.
And you're
Here
here.
I
This
am.
is so great. Yes. And so just to give everybody a little bit of the background, because we were planning on doing this and doing it about something completely different that had absolutely nothing to do with Turtle Boy or with these videos that the trial files dropped over the weekend. We were talking about kind of going through the life cycle of Taillight and discussing, inspired by some of the girls on the other team, some of the misunderstandings, we'll just call it that we had identified there, that I had seen there, that I wanted to bring to all of us. But so much happened over the weekend that was, I don't have the words. I'm very, very rarely lost for words, Emily. But when I saw these videos, I was shocked. I've never been shocked like this. The deception is stunning. It's stunning. It's like maybe this could be a dissertation. It is shocking deception.
I know. And this whole universe is the kind of thing where it's like, if you wait one day, you missed your chance to talk about something because there's 17 new things. You don't know how many times I've been like, oh, I'm going to schedule a live. And then something comes up and then I'm like, well, I can't use this anymore. We've already passed that.
Absolutely. It is just so fast moving. And it's been like that for years now. So it's insane. It's just constant insanity is really, as a content creator, it's a crazy world that we're in for sure in that way.
I know.
So let's just quickly give everybody an kind of overview of what came out of these things with Aiden this morning. Not a lot. It seemed to me like the judge came in, with no interest in hearing any of the argument about the mega motion from Mark Betterow. He got a few minutes in for the most part, but the judge seemed pretty hell-bent on this going forward. I'm not sure if you had a different take on it, but that was sort of my 2 cents.
I mean, I felt like he was doing the thing where he said he didn't want to step on Doolin's toes, the judge who had ruled on a lot of these similar things before, where he had already said no, this should go forward. So I feel like there is a weird they're afraid to take a stand. These judges are afraid. Belazos has said before, well, we'll let a jury decide. We'll let a jury decide. And it's well, we have this piece of the legal step for a reason where you actually can decide. You can look at the facts. You can see what we're seeing, and you could say no, this is not how things are supposed to be done. And I don't want to rule in a courtroom where I'm allowing prosecutors to get away with doing things that they're not supposed to do. And instead he's well, let's let a jury decide. Oh, the grand jury could have said that we're just regular people. The grand jury is just regular people. So yeah, I felt the same way.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. And that is their default position, especially around anything related to Karen Reed and Turtle Boy, because nobody wants the stain on their hands. Nobody wants Michael Morrissey to come down on them. And I think this kind of goes back to what Tewksbury said, however you say his last name, the House defendant attorney, the one that was representing Colin in the O'Keefe matter, O'Keefe versus Reed matter. He talked about there being 2 different versions of reality. And I have to believe that some of these judges are aware of that. And because of all of the public spectacle of it, they don't want it on their hands. They don't want to be the one that comes in and says, no, this is where the buck stops. They just don't want that on them.
Yeah. And it's well, then what are we doing here? You're the judge. You're supposed to know the law better than anybody else. It's not supposed to be up to, hold on.
Up to
when I normally pick up my son. It shouldn't be on us lay people to be the ones who are okay, so the case law says no, it's up to you, the judge, to do that. And it's up to you, the prosecutor, not to bring forth a case that is ridiculous. And it's up to you, the police and the investigators to understand like where your boundaries are and to not cross those boundaries. And none of that is happening. Like, I feel like I sway between like being outraged at like the witnesses, like the people involved. And now I'm over on the side of like, I expect witnesses to lie. Like they're gonna lie. Brian Koberger lied. Like Brian Walsh lied. Like you lie when you did something bad and you don't want to get caught. And then we're supposed to be able to count on the people in levels of power for one of them at some point to be like, wait, something fishy's going on here. And they're like, nope, let's leave it up to Emily, a random juror in Norfolk County.
Yeah, or all of us as investigators, which brings me back to kind of the point of what we wanted to talk about too. When you look at the reality of Michael Proctor's relationships, which we're going to do, when you look at the truth of this situation, it really begs two questions. One is, how was this allowed to happen? Because these are not friendly acquaintance type relationships. This was familial, and we're going to get into that. And I will explain very clearly why I believe that. This was a familial relationship. This is not a friendly acquaintance. Like, these people are just shy of blood. So if you have like an aunt or an uncle that is always at every Thanksgiving, that your whole life you've been calling aunt or uncle or cousin, but really there's no blood relationship, that's what it was for Michael Proctor and the Alberts, because they really don't. They're not friends. No, it's true that Chris Albert is not calling Michael Proctor like, hey, pal, you want to go to the beer or go get a beer Friday night? No, but it's family. They are at, when he got engaged, the Alberts were invited, right? They don't want you to know that, but that is the truth of the matter, right? These are family members. And so it all goes back to this original frickin' thing on Facebook, this post that Karen Reed found that started it all, because this was something she found digging around, trying to figure out, hey, is there something fishy going on? She finds this where there's a post where Chris Albert has shared a memory that originated with Jill Daniels from, whatever, on October 2019, where she says 2 years later, and this is still true, these people are my world. This is Jill Daniels, my world, right? So this is a picture of Jill and the family, the larger, the Albert family, and you have the Proctor's mother, Courtney and Michael's mother, saying, oh, it's our second family. And that's the truth of the situation. That is what we are dealing with.
I feel like a lot of times people misquote her comment and make it even a little bit less. And people will say, oh, Proctor's mom said, the Alberts are like my second family. She doesn't even say like my second family. She says the Proctor's second family. Boom, full stop. I also love that both of those comments are like the best comments that could be, in terms of a judge like Beverly Cannoni saying like, well, this was from 2019. How are we supposed to know that the relationship continued? John O'Keefe was killed in 2022. This is not in the scope. And it's like, nope. They reminded us 3 years later that, and for some reason, Jill Daniels so she wrote that in 2021, and then Karen Barthemian Proctor commented again in 2022. So the relationship continued and continued and continues.
Absolutely. It's insane. It's utterly wild. And here's the other thing. This is something we're not going to spend as much time on because I want you guys to see the insanity. It's insane. It's like the craziest thing I've ever seen. But here's the other thing. The relationship that developed independently. So obviously we all know that Courtney and Jill Daniels, who is obviously Julie's younger sister, is very close. They've been friends since middle school. Fine, whatever. But around 2004, when Courtney graduates from college and comes home and reunites with her buddy Jill Daniels, is exactly the time that guess who's born? Colin Albert. And when you put all the pieces together, little buddy, what we learn is that the reason that Julie has an independent relationship with Courtney Proctor, an independent relationship, is because of Colin Albert, because Courtney, took a special liking to Colin. That is the reason that her and Julie developed a separate relationship, not the other way around. And that is what we learned from this series of videos from these folks.
Well, that's the reason. And because Julie is at Courtney's house watching her children, for 9 years.
That happens after.
Right.
So,
okay. So that, you're saying the original. Okay.
The original origin. So actually, it's the other way. Courtney babysat for Colin. That's how Julie.
Yes.
Right? So Courtney's the babysitter for Colin because he's her little buddy. That relationship progresses. By the time Courtney goes on to have her own kids, that's when Julie, I'm then become the 9-year nanny.
Yeah.
And
I had a nanny for my son for 2 years, and I will consider her my family for my entire life. Like,
you're right.
There is something that happens when you entrust somebody, not even just as a babysitter, you come over every once in a while for date night or whatever. Like, the person who is going to spend the full day with your child at a critical age, and that you're going to trust driving them around and picking them up from school. I had her take him to one of his pediatrician's appointments. This was somebody who was now is part of my family for my entire life forever. And that was 2 years.
100%. That's exactly right. And here's the other thing. The thing they really don't want you to know, the thing that they're really trying to deny and outright protect, is that there was not a discussion about babysitting for Michael Proctor. There was babysitting for Michael Proctor. The extent to which we do not know. But there was babysitting that happened between Julie and Michael Proctor and their children.
And the only reason why I could believe that maybe it was just that one time was because the text message was from 10 days before January 29th. So it wasn't like a text message from a year prior and then she developed, they were just starting out. And she probably went over one time. She babysat one night and they were setting up something, and then this happened.
Correct. Yep. So they actually were just getting closer right at the time that this happens to John. It's stunning. It's stunning. And here's the thing. They don't tell you any of this. This is what you get from the unimaginable deception that pours out of their mouths, but specifically the queen, who has now become the queen of deception, the most shocking, egregious lying I've ever seen a person do, playing out right in front of us, in Julie Albert. So any credibility that Julie Albert ever had, I mean, in anyone's mind, I don't know who has her as credible, but if you ever had her as credible, this completely undermines any ounce or shred of credibility that she would have ever had.
It's
shocking.
It's like hiccups.
It's shocking. It's shocked. I mean, it took me over an hour to get through 7 minutes of her interaction with these police officers, because every statement that she makes is shockingly deceptive. Like, it's how is this right? And then because she comes back twice, right? Because there's 3 interviews with Julie, because she finds stuff magically on her phone, right? The investigators, by the time, because they start with Julie. So the order of these interviews is Julie. I have it here. Let me get it right. It's Julie on March 18th of 2024. Then Chris the next day on the 19th. Then Julie again on the 19th. Then Courtney on the 25th. Then Julie comes back on April 3rd, and then Proctor on April 8th.
After a lot of evasion. That interim is a lot of evasion.
That's right. And by the time they get to her for the last interview, they have a new wealth of information from Courtney Proctor that they get to revisit with her. So this all of it ends with just the most. I was literally gobsmacked. I was 3:00 in the morning watching that final video.
I saw
with
the
Julie.
time you put out your video. I was like,
I
whoa.
like my jaw. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe what was happening. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe it.
I mean, I was happy to hear you say that about the way that the investigators kind of like changed from one interview to the next, because I think I was just getting so frustrated with the fact that they weren't pushing back as much as I wanted them to, and that they were. There were some things that like I couldn't quite tell. Like, are you playing nice cop or are you being nice cop? Like, are you pretending that you're just being a friendly, or are you a friendly? And like, because of everything that I've seen in Norfolk County and in Massachusetts, I'm so inclined to just be like, oh, okay, so you're just like one of the friends. Like you're siding with them. You're saying like, well, you know, why was this presented in court if nobody ever interviewed you before? But then I'm like, okay, well, maybe, okay, I'm going to try to see it as like these investigators really were just like gathering the information. And then when they saw, whatever you call it, inconsistencies, that they finally did point it out. But I don't have faith in them.
I think they did, but it wasn't. You have to remember why they were there, right? They were not there to be incriminating. They were there because Michael Morrissey failed to do this 2 years earlier when he should have originally, right? Instead, we get that ridiculous statement about how Michael Proctor had no inappropriate relationships in August of 2023, which was just absolute taken on Michael Proctor's word. So he didn't investigate it. Right?
Not just Michael Proctor's word, but do you remember the email that we got in one of the FOIA dumps from somebody named Julie Redacted? We don't know. We don't think now. I forget why we don't think it's Julie Albert.
Okay.
I think
I do remember.
The consensus is maybe it's somebody, Julie Crecilio, but the email basically says like, hi, it's from David Traub to Julie Redacted. And it says like, wow, like, you'll never believe it. Mr. Morrissey was just recording the statement about that exact thing that you're emailing me about, like as we got the information from Chief Rafferty. So it was like they went to Rafferty. They were like, there is no relationship between the Proctor family and the Albert family. Rafferty reached out to David Traub, and then Traub reached back out to Julie Redacted to say, oh my goodness, like you'll never believe it. We were just recording the exact thing you wanted us to. Are you happy with us? We did your dirty work.
I think, so I always thought that was Julie Albert, but maybe it wasn't. I don't know why.
I forget. Maybe the chat knows. There was a reason why we figured out it wasn't Julia Albert, but I cannot for the life of me remember what it is. It also still just could be Julia Albert. I forget why we didn't.
Well, we'll find out. I'm sure somebody will know, right? At some point. But you're right. So there was some, I guess, surface level validation or verification, but no investigation.
Like not verification as in Morrissey was asking questions, more like puppet mastering, like being like, tell them this, and Morrissey being like, okay, yes, okay.
Right, that's right. Now I'm remembering it was as though it was like it seemed as though somebody else was like dictating what he was going to say is really what it read like. Now I remember that.
Exactly.
Yes. And so it appears as though because of the federal involvement, that's my read on this, that the reason why there winds up being an inquiry by these state police is because Morrissey wants to be ready in case whatever comes from the feds is going to disclose something that he doesn't know yet, right? So this is really all about, I think, the federal involvement in the case, which is why I think it's happening, right? So
I was just going to put the screenshot of that email down at the bottom if you want to pull it up, just so that people know what in the world we're babbling about.
Pull it up for sure.
So people can see what we're talking about.
Yeah. Okay, there it is. There's the email. Okay. So this is on, October 25th. This is the same day. Isn't that the same
August
day?
25th.
August. Yeah. Right. I'm thinking October because that's when Aiden was, I think, arrested, right? So, okay. This is from Julie. Thank you very much for getting back to me. And then, good afternoon. Chief Rafferty communicated your note of concern to us while we're actively filming the very statement you were suggesting. Please be advised this statement was also sent to Dateline. Oh my God. Nightline and numerous other interested parties not visible in this distribution list below. What do you say about that?
It's bananas. And something that's really been like messing up my mind lately is, so in Squirrel School the other night, we looked at like the federal involvement in the case, and we went through the first time that anybody from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office sent a letter that was kind of fishing for either information about what the feds were doing or trying to figure out like what the scope of the investigation was, or trying to get them to stop. At one point, Morrissey sends an email to like the Office of Professional Responsibility being like, basically, it needs to stop. That was in May of 2023. So at this point, they are well aware that the feds have eyes on something. They don't know what they're trying to figure it out, but they know that the feds are looking into something. And it still doesn't, they're just still so brazen about this that it actually kind of freaks me out. It's like, if you're not scared of the feds, like, what are you, who is protecting you? Why are you so confident? Like announcing a retrial the day you were off the hook. You could be like, oh, it was a hung jury. Like we tried, let's put our tail between our legs and go home and never, ever speak about this again. And instead, the day of the hung jury, they were like, we're doing it again. And it's like, the feds are watching.
Because there's a reason though, right? Because this is like the Cosgrove phenomenon. I think that's kind of like the best way to say it. Cosgrove is so like sold, like bought and sold. Like he really does not believe, like he came in with a fundamental bias that there is absolutely no way the good people of Michael Morrissey's district attorney's office would ever engage in misconduct of any kind. And that is such a strong bias that any allegation, and this is the same thing that I think Greg Conner tries to put forth, although he knows better, right? So he's not Cosgrove, he's not ancient, and Cosgrove doesn't investigate any of this because it's all really beneath him. Like Aidan Carney is beneath him. He's a bottom feeder to Robert Cosgrove, who's this, judge, right? He's this prestigious, way smarter than anybody else on earth man who, God forbid anyone accuse the Commonwealth of doing anything egregious or any misconduct. So I think Morrissey was of that mind too. And they took the position of doubling down, saying, oh, this is of course ridiculous. There's taillight. See, because from their perspective, Brian Albert is an upstanding citizen. Michael Proctor did the same thing, right? Michael Proctor's like, Julie and Chris, those are my pals. It's absurd. The idea that Colin could be involved is asinine to him.
Yeah.
Right. So
that actually makes me feel better.
Well,
sorry, keep going.
I don't know if it should make you feel better, but I think that
it makes me feel better in the sense that it's not this like unspoken thing where everybody's just like buddy and I'll do your dirty work for you. It's a little bit more, I mean, it's not great still, but it's at least like, and I think this is kind of what we see with like Judge Gilday and Judge Belizos today, which is like these upstanding prosecutors wouldn't be bringing this case in this like the sanctity of the courtroom if they didn't believe in it. And so this defense team is just doing what they can to try to help their client. But like in the end, I trust these prosecutors and I trust this district attorney's office, and they're not trustworthy, but they're not digging into that to find out more. So it like it does make me feel a little better.
Yes. But here's the other thing. The House defendants have cashed in on that ignorance. And that is the position, because Brian Albert is not stupid and he's the ringleader of all this. And anybody that doesn't see that, I don't know what to tell you. He's the only one with more than half a brain. So he's the one in charge, and he sees that is the position that this district attorney's office has taken. And because of that, they have taken that philosophy and reality and tried to put it into the civil suit against Karen and Aiden. So they have adopted that worldview as though it's true, and then tried to leverage it and cash in on what is obvious, that the district attorney's office believes that Aiden Carney is a troll who just somehow brainwashed all of us into believing a series of just absurd lies. But the thing that Michael Proctor and Brian Tully and Yuri Buchanan have, that, and probably Chief Berkowitz, who unfortunately for all of us is no longer here to tell the tale, right? Lucky him. Like, he got kind of out of all of this pretty easy, right? Because he exited before really like the full weight of all of this at the end of 2024. So, you know, I really believe that those cops are probably a very small circle, maybe Kevin Albert, very small group of insiders are the ones that planted the taillight. And everybody else is not in on it. Maybe Morrissey, but I'd be shocked. I'd be surprised if Michael Morrissey was in on it.
He's just a politician who's just over here like looking up obituaries, trying to get votes in the next election and reaching out to families being like, I'm so sorry about your rich loved one who died, who's getting the inheritance.
That's right. Yeah. And like, I want to go fishing on the weekend and drink Budweiser. Right. I mean, like, that's who that is. Right. So no, you're absolutely right. And it's terrible, though. It's horrible because you see that it is like a version of reality. But if you do not investigate, and here's the thing, here's the problem. This brings us back to this video, these videos from the trial files. Nobody investigated any of the claims that the defense was making. Nobody investigated it. The only people that investigated were the feds. And we do not know why the feds did not decide to go forward with charges. That's the $1 million question.
Can I tell you my new thoughts on that and
please
can I hear what you think? So when people say like the feds didn't go forward on anything, not on charges, but on anything, here's my thought. I feel like they actually did. Their initial investigation was into like if this should go to trial, basically. Like at the end of their investigation, when Adam Deitch, the ice cream man, handed over 3,074 pages to both the Commonwealth and the defense, and it was entirely exculpatory, he was expecting like that was now like, we hired ARCA, we found out John wasn't hit by a car didn't hit John O'Keefe. We prepared our report. It was okayed by the supervisors. Here you go. It's off into the wild now. And then they were expecting it was going to be presented in court, or they were going to come to an agreement between the prosecutor and the defense, and the charges against Karen were going to be dropped. And then there was kind of the next step of like, it would have been interesting to see like what would have happened then. And when that didn't happen, I feel like then you have an entirely new like investigation that needs to be opened, because it's not the same scope as the initial investigation. You're not for the investigation about if a car hit John and if John was hit by a car, you're not pulling Google Fence location data from the cell phones that were inside of the house at 34 Fairview. You're not pulling, they were pulling like a small window of the communications between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, but I don't think they were getting like a full phone extraction. They weren't getting like all the other information that you need to be like, where were these police officers at the time that the taillight was found? And they're not interviewing CERT team members and things like that. So it's just like an entirely new investigation. And that's one, I don't know.
That's interesting. Right. So that's a good point. Whereas, and I think he did explain, listen, I do believe that Adam Deitch has been trying to explain the answers to these questions to all of us in a very cryptic way. A lot of what he says for a reason. He's not a stupid man. And he's said repeatedly, and I think he's making this point for a reason, that the federal government does not have jurisdiction over murder. And I did not know that. I had no clue that there's no murder in the federal, whatever, legal system, that you can only be investigating if you're investigating murder in the extent to which it's a part of another crime that is a federal crime. So is there crimes? I'm sure there could have been, but to have him then make the decision to quit his job, sell his condo, and move to Norfolk County so that he could run for the very office that would have jurisdiction over whether to bring charges, I think says everything that we need to know about whether he thinks there was somebody else responsible for who killed John.
Yeah. And I forgot one last part of the like my theory on the second type of investigation is that that would have coincided with the new presidential administration coming in.
Yes.
And they, when
Agreed.
Trump took office, ended up making a lot of cuts across the federal government and like shifting the focus of the federal government to the point that it is possible that is when Adam Deitch was like in the midst of the next part of investigating like corruption in the DA's office, when a corruption task force was disbanded or like reallocated to focus more on ICE or something like that. And that just has to do with federal funding.
I 100% agree, because that's right about the time when Levy would have left office. You're 100% correct. It's always been my other theory of why it wasn't investigated, because of political changes in the office. Without a doubt, I think that's true.
And that's when they started to say the investigation is closed. That's when we have like the letter, the like random, like typed up letter from Rafferty that's like, hello, this investigation is closed. Like,
right. And Hank announcing it in court, the whole absurdity. Yeah.
Because before that, when David Unetti and Alan Jackson were talking about the federal investigation during the first pretrial hearings, every time they said, and the investigation is still ongoing.
Right. Yep. Yeah. So it's very, very interesting and it's shocking. So let's get to some of you guys. Let me welcome. Oh my God, look at this. We have to welcome all these new members. Welcome
Look
all
at
my
the
new
little
members.
doggy.
Hi, guys. I know, it's so cute. There's so many amazing and cutest animals ever.
What a pretty
Hi,
picture.
Tallulah. I love that name. Hi, Tallulah. Welcome. At Rosalie787E. Welcome. Iron Chef 7. Welcome. This is so crazy. At T-Bone 4704.
Another doggy.
Look at that. It's a dog. We have a new Chloe member. It's awesome. At Francis Farmer, DC6YI. Welcome. At Kid Pack. Hi, Kid Pack. Sends $4.99. Hi, Sam. I love your openings. I always crack up at the Brian Albert Jr. celebration. I crack up about that now at Kid Pack because I didn't know then what I know now. And so when I look back on it, from my perspective now, it's like, yeah, it's so obvious, right? It's so obvious that nothing happens in that time and they can't even come up with a fake story. So it's just like, happy birthday over and over and over again. Yeah, we said happy birthday. And you're like, it's absurd. It's just
I always
crazy.
crack up at that part of your opening because you're like making fun of them for making this big deal about happy birthday. And then like 2 seconds later, it's me being like,
you say, I know. It's so funny. It's funny because I only realized that after the fact. I didn't realize it when I was doing it. It's hilarious. Oh, I think I pushed that one already. Hello, the kind Oracle. Amy Lala is a member for 11 months. Oh my God, that's crazy. 11 months of thankfulness for both these ladies. And we have 11 months of thankfulness to you, dear, without a doubt. At Annie6292 sends 200 gems, sunshine. Oh, that's so nice. You guys are awesome. At Night Towel Nurse says 2 gems, silver star. Oh, how cute. You guys are amazing. Hi, Cynthia Mox, member for 6 months. So happy to see both of you after that disappointing hearing this morning. It's like you kind of have to just expect it now. You have to expect that anything that goes on in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is going to be resolved by a jury. I mean, it sucks, but what other conclusion? They all do it. And one of the arguments that's the scariest, but now I'm starting to see that all the in Karen's civil cases and Aiden's, this argument scares me, and it's so obvious. They all are starting to bring it. The argument to the judge that you don't want to be the one judge that sets the precedent for all these other cases, right? You don't want to be the one, and you can almost feel the anxiety from the judge when they say it, but you're now seeing it in all of these plaintiff cases.
Do you know where that's going to get really interesting is what Doolin is going to rule on in terms of Cosgrove's recusal in the phone search warrant. It's not even a case. It's not even the one that Alan Jackson just argued about Karen's phone. Because he's arguing that Cosgrove needs to be recused because of his relationship with the district attorney's office, and because he has proof of that relationship now, that Cosgrove basically admitted to that relationship in open court, that he's not a special prosecutor that's unbiased and whatever that role is intended to be. And
you're right.
It was a very compelling argument, and Doolin will find out, this week, hopefully. But if he rules that Cosgrove can no longer prosecute, it's not even a case. It's not even, it's like a search warrant.
The decision. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not even on the docket. It's like the secret. But if he says that Cosgrove is too biased to be involved in this, what domino does that set forward in the rest? And or is he going to be thinking about that domino effect and then say, oh, well, I don't want to be the one to do it?
Well, that was what Cosgrove argued too. He brought that same argument. You don't, if you agree to this, judge, the next day, Aidan Carney is going to be in here making that same argument. However, Aidan Carney should already be in there making that argument, because now on the record in Cosgrove's response, he's not only lying because he's saying that that's not true. He actually says there is no relationship, but of course there is, and it's very blatant. So that's an absolute lie by a prosecutor. And then he also goes on to say it's no problem. There would be no problem if we were colluding.
Right.
And it's like, wait a minute. That doesn't make
He was
any
like,
sense.
well, Hank got to work with Michael Morrissey. Why can't I?
That's what he said.
He literally said that.
That is what he said. Yeah, that is what he said, which was a good question, actually. I mean, I had to think about the answer to that. But obviously, the difference is that Aidan was actually petitioning against Morrissey's office. And we found out from Greg Conner. How about that? How about the fact that Greg Conner was
Aidan
the one
found out from Greg Conner.
That's
Aidan
right.
didn't even know that until Greg Conner's interview.
Isn't that shocking? I was like, I somehow in my mind, like, I remembered that answer, and I was like, oh my God, he is the one that told us, like, the office of whatever was the one that Morrissey went to, the BBO, and they said you have to be recused. So, I mean, I don't know when that argument comes and when he gets to argue it, but man, it's a compelling argument. I'm sure it won't matter, but it's a good argument to me anyway. Right?
Yeah.
Crazy. Totally. At Freckle Feet Kitty sends 30 gems. Oh, look how cute. Aww. That's so nice. Thank you. You
That's
guys
a
are
cute
amazing.
name.
Meatball Morrissey sends $9.99. Honestly. I have to go through and count the number of times that all of them say honestly. It's like, I swear to God, we could take these interviews and use them as, like, I don't know, like some kind of a guide for deception, because they are it's shocking. Like, they explicitly undermine what each other are saying. So explicitly, there's this level of just blatant and outright lies. But then there's all of the statement analysis, which is, it's like overwhelming. I mean, I could spend the next 9 hours just analyzing Julie, let alone then Courtney and Chris. It's wild stuff. It's wild.
Can I tell you a cute off-topic story about Meatball Morrissey's steady state? So Meatball is somebody that I've become friends with, like, in my real life. And she came over to my house one day, and my son, for anybody who doesn't know, my son is 5. He has autism. He's nonverbal, pre-verbal, just starting to talk. We don't quite know, figuring it out. And so when Meatball was coming over, I was like, we're going to meet Meatball. Can you say Meatball? So we're practicing, like, oh my God, can you say Meatball? Can you say Meatball? And the first time he said it, he was like, Meatball. And I was like, yeah, I got so excited. So for the next, like, 3 weeks afterwards, Carter was just walking around going, Meatball.
Oh my
Meatball.
God.
I would, like, put him in the car seat, and he would look at me and just go, Meatball.
That's
So now
amazing.
meatball is one of the like 25 words that my son consistently says.
That is an amazing story. Oh my God. Remind me after this to tell you something about that, off topic, but about
Yes.
language and autism and children. So I don't
Please.
forget. Yes, yes.
Please.
You're gonna like
Writing
it.
myself a note.
It's a good story. It's good. It's good. It's very good stuff. It should be very helpful, I think. At Jump and Shout is a new member. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You guys are amazing. At Jump and Shout since $10 have been following the Karen Read case from the beginning. And after watching these interviews, like, oh my God, I had my husband listen and he just looked at me and said, seriously? I said, yup. No pun intended. They're shocking. They're shocking. Do you know, and I wanted to ask the trial files this and then I just didn't follow up. Do you know where these came from and why we have them now?
Yeah, I have them. There's one part of that answer that I don't know, but I'll explain to you. So they came from the FOIA request for all of the notice of discovery documents. So the notice of discovery documents are everything that was turned over to Karen's team.
Yep.
And Kyle Sharkey is the one like who's kind of getting them, who did the original request for us. But there were a bunch of people who filed, I'm sure like Fox 25 filed FOIA requests. There's a bunch of other people on Twitter who also sent the same FOIA request. And the way that the Commonwealth has decided to do it is starting back in, when was it, April or something, they gave us our first like drop of files.
That's right.
And they said, because there's so many, we're going to every 2 weeks prepare like a set of files for you and we'll hand those over. And they're going in the order that the defense team got the files in. So like the first ones are like the major, it's like the original police reports and the pictures from the scene, whatever. And now we're getting into this weird, like, we're getting into Hank's stuff now. So we're getting like Turtle Boy bad folders of like video of Aiden saying things. And what's weird is, so we're now supposed to be at like 57 to 60. These files were notice of discovery number 36, which we should have gotten back in like early May if we're going in order of the numbers. And like, there's no way for us to ever know, like, if something's missing or whatever, because we don't know what we're getting. And the folders aren't even organized. So it will be like one folder will have like Ian Whiffin's report and then like an interview with Tristan Morris and then some random pictures that are not even labeled and we don't know what they are. And then 140 pictures of John's car. For no reason.
Yeah.
But so these were from notice of discovery 36. We just got them now with these later things. They come with, there is a police report that goes with each one of them, like a little write-up of basically what they say in the video, like we reached out at this time and then we did and it has the officer's notes from the interview, which are not at all telling. It's like, it really doesn't give us any additional information. But if you're just curious, like what they're, when you kind of like hear them writing, those are available on there also.
Interesting.
But I don't know why they just threw them in now.
Interesting. Yeah. So Karen, all right. So I have some questions for our attorney friends on this too. Why? So obviously Karen's team had this. They had them late. I mean, this came just before the first trial because they just happened right before the first trial. So they couldn't have had them any earlier, right? What appears clear to me, and I wonder how much Judge Bev was involved in trying to keep this out, because clearly they tried to minimize the damage that this was going to do. Clearly, right? I mean, she wouldn't let it come through anybody but Julie. You know, she ruled that, I remember Chris Albert is kind of, grilled a little bit on the relationship with Proctor, and the judge explicitly says, you have another witness you can get this in through. So, she tried to really streamline how much the relationship came in. But the reality is Courtney Proctor gives the whole thing up. I mean, she was a nanny. It's so shocking. And not only was she the nanny for 9 years, but she egregiously lies about it. Outright, absolute, complete, and total repetitive lying about the fact that, about all of it, right? And it wasn't just Colin was her ring bearer. That's absolutely false. Colin was her ring bearer because she had established a decades-long relationship with Colin from the time that he was an infant. And that was the reason that Julie had an independent relationship with Courtney Proctor. It's unimaginable deception. So I'm going to calm down. Did Karen's lawyers not know that? Or are they just not allowed to bring, like, you see what I'm saying?
No, I mean, they knew, they had the picture of the wedding, and I think it was just impossible. They were taking what they could get. Like, they had the picture from the wedding, and then we have the sidebar now where Bev says, well, I don't understand. This is so far outside the scope. This was in 2012. And it's like, well, yeah, because Courtney she stayed married. She got married in 2012 and she stayed married. She didn't have to have another ring bearer. She didn't have to make him a junior groomsman in her next wedding, which is what she probably would have done if she was getting remarried in 2022. Like,
right.
But it establishes it establishes the relationship more. Bev was so focused on, like, this is a picture. And it's like, well, right. It's a picture where we are seeing how close these families are. This woman had one choice of
yes,
what do you call it? A ring bearer. She probably knew a whole bunch of people with kids at that time. And this is the kid that she picked.
And I would take that a step further, because I could make the argument like, oh, he was a cute kid. I could make an argument that, like, it's not really that important, right? But what we learned from Courtney Proctor is the exact opposite, is that actually it is founded in a very long, outstanding, lifelong, even for Colin, relationship that developed because Courtnney took an interest in Colin, right? Because he had anxiety. We have the video. It's on video. Like, could they not have called Courtney?
My guess on that would be, think about how much they were doing to prepare for trial and how much they were juggling. They were still trying to piece together, like, what's happening here. Like, we got to start from, like, the middle where they had already, like, started the puzzle, and then we're putting, but they had to first be like, who is everybody? Like, where do you live? How do you know each other? So by the time they're getting into the first trial, I don't think they have time to sit down and watch 4 hours of police interview videos. Maybe they put it on 2 times speed and they have it on in the background and they're listening just for Michael Proctor's name. They're not doing what we're doing now and analyzing the depths of their relationship. They're just hearing the words. They're seeing if there's anything that they can use. They're probably skipping through big chunks of it where they're talking about, like, middle school, because to them that wasn't important.
I agree with you. I think that's what happened.
And they didn't have, like, the Evan Woke, like, legal
Penn interns,
law student interns then. It was just, and they didn't have a lessee. Like,
they didn't have a lessee.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to do so much. Meanwhile, Lally's just by himself doing 74 witnesses on his own.
Yeah, which is crazy. Lally, we won't even get into that as a whole other thing, because Lally. So, and here's the thing, right? Like, Lally would be on the highest form of piece of shit list of all of them, because he absolutely knows what's going on here. But nonetheless, I think that's exactly right. I don't think they had time to actually develop an understanding of the depth of this relationship. But this is why it's so important. It was trivialized to all of us. It was trivialized to all of us. It was trivialized to all of us. And that is the reason. Here's the thing. It's not really, the important point here is the relationship. So Michael Proctor and Courtney Proctor are very, very close. Okay. So they're like this. We all know that.
He was at her bedside when she was in labor.
Yes. Thank you for saying that. Say that again, would you?
Michael Proctor sat at his sister's bedside while she was in labor. And we know that because Michael Proctor's mom posted a picture of it on Facebook, which is all of it is crazy.
Yes. And we know that Courtney helped to raise Michael for whatever reason, right? So we know he's kind of babied, to say the least, in the family. Like, he's the little boy who could do no wrong for whatever reason, enabled to high heaven by his sister and his mother. Fine. But the relationship is between, so you have Courtney and Michael who are like this. We know that. It's very well established. But then we find out that Courtney, the real relationship, so we have Jillian, obviously, his best BFFs, long time, blah, blah, blah. Fine. But the real relationship between Michael Proctor and the Alberts is vis-a-vis Colin. Because Courtney is his sister. He knows. She probably tells him everything.
Yeah.
So he knows that Colin is the person that she loves.
Yeah. That's such a
Right?
good point. Yeah.
So there's no way he was ever, he wrote Colin out of the house. He wrote him out of the house. He's the only person who Michael Proctor wrote out of the house.
Yeah. And it's not just love. Like,
That's right.
I feel like there are some kids where you're like, oh my God, this kid is amazing. Like, you have like a little kid in your family that you're like, look how good they are at basketball. Or like, I love like getting to my niece loves fashion. She like always will like comment on my clothes. Like, I walk in a room, she's like, Emily, I love your romper. And I'm like, you're 4. Why do you know a romper? like that's the kind of like, I have a playful, fun relationship where I think this kid is like really going places in their lives. Courtney's relationship with Colin, she tells us in this interview, is a protective relationship where she says he's had anxiety for since he was a kid, and I really felt for him, and I like wanted to take care of him. I wanted to protect him. I wanted to like baby him and like make sure that my little buddy was okay. And that's the relationship that she's been communicating to Michael Proctor for so long. So it would make sense that the second that Michael Proctor has the chance to impress his big sister and say, I also protected your little buddy. I didn't write him in the report. I didn't do this. I didn't do that.
Yep. That's the reason why, by the way, in case you haven't figured it out, I mean, we've all known this, but the thank you gift was not because anybody was proud. It was because he wrote Colin out of the report. Period. End of discussion. There is no debating that. That is what happened, right? So
also their gift was probably just like free chicken parm subs or something at D&D. They don't seem like really like thoughtful gift givers.
No, and it was the sentiment. It was the point that Julie was grateful to Michael because they are familiar. It's a familial relationship. I don't know how many times I have to say that, but it is familial. It's like if you have you're close to one of your cousins, but their sibling is too young, so you're not as close with their sibling. That's the relationship. And he never investigates. Here's the key. Nobody, and this is like, I sent this to Vince because it pisses me off so much when he does this. Nobody to this very day, let's underscore that. Nobody has ever investigated the extent to which Colin was in the house. You know who's investigated that? Us. You guys, me, you, Emily. The
people who only have the information that they've given us, the people who don't have the capacity to get the rest of the information, like
that we need.
Google Fence data of Colin's phone,
which he deliberately did not get. Right? Which Proctor deliberately didn't get because he didn't want to know where they all were that had iPhones.
Do you know that Michael Proctor actually filed a search warrant with Google correctly initially, where it would have returned all of the Apple iPhone data from inside of the house? And then he, I think, realized that he did it right according to us. And he reached back out to Google and he switched the search warrant to be just any data from apps that were downloaded from the Google Play Store, which means if anybody had an Android, that information, like all of the Google Maps data and the location data and all of that would have come back, but they all had iPhones.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah, it's wild. So the idea that Colin, was gone, first of all, it's just silly to say that Colin was gone by 12:10. I mean, obviously, we all know, if you watched any of this trial, if you spent any time watching anything with an honest eye, we all know that Colin was not gone by 12:10. Period. It's just period. We don't need to have that discussion again. It's very clear.
Even if the text messages were real, like, okay, it's 1:00 right now. If you're outside my house right now and you text me and you say, hey, I'm outside, I'm not going to be outside until 1:02. Like, even if I'm waiting for a ride, I'm not going to be out there. So you didn't leave at 12:10. If the text is at 12:10, the end of that stupid argument. And then you get into 12:11, 12:12, 12:13, 12:14.
Right.
And this is all just pretending that exchange was
Which it isn't.
real.
It's okay.
Yeah, but just in their pretend world where they want
Right.
it to be.
Let's pretend. Yes.
Then you get into the time. Now you're at 12. You put on your shoes. It's cold outside. You put your jacket on. You zip your jacket up. They tell us, oh, I bumped into Brian Albert and Nicole Albert and Caitlin Albert in her world, but not in his world. It's just a weird thing that happens in Canton where there's like multiverses.
Yeah,
like,
that's right.
Caitlin saw him, but not Colin.
Right.
But now you didn't leave at 12:10 because the text was at 12:10 and all of these other things happen and time passes. I know that like Ian Whiffen and Shannon Burgess want us to think that time doesn't pass and sometimes it passes faster, but no, time passed. So now you're getting into the time that Karen and John are there.
It's absurd. Exactly. Your point. Exactly. It didn't happen. Is the bottom line. Right? It didn't happen. It didn't happen by any. If you just take them at their face value, is what you're saying. If we just take them at their word, it didn't happen.
It still doesn't exist. And then it's like that's going with their story. It still doesn't.
That's going with their story.
You still didn't leave at 12:10, even in your own story.
Right. That's right. So I mean, it's just ridiculous. It is really what it is. And we're going to see what Michael Proctor has to say about it because it's the whole thing. It's stunning. And it's stunning. It was never investigated. So anybody who wants to say that, Colin was cleared or Colin wasn't, you have no idea because the truth is that Colin was never, ever looked at all, period. Which is just unbelievable. It's so upsetting. You guys are just going to see me get re-traumatized again as I go through this because it's shocking. It's just so upsetting. Look at it. We have the Chihuahua at Coco Gaga too. Sends 200 gems and sunshine. Look at it. I love the little baby Chihuahua. He's so cute. I love the Chihuahuas with their ears that stick up. Mine doesn't do that. Like her ears are the floppy kind. She's a funny one. At Rexy G55 sends $2. My first live is a new member. Oh, yay. Welcome. That's so exciting. Rexy. Thank you. Thank you, Rexy. You're amazing. We're so happy to have you. Hello, Miss Ginny, member for 9 months. I just want to say that you two are my favorites. Thank you for Monday Nooner. I've missed them. Hugs to you both. We love you, Ginny. Ginny, I don't know if you know this, has like the greatest Wizard of Oz collection of anybody on earth.
Oh, I do know that. She's the one who subbed for you when you had to duck out when we were doing sidebars.
Yes.
She came in and subbed for you, and she took us on a little tour of her Wizard of Oz house, and it's so cool.
Exciting.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
That's amazing, Ginny. I didn't even know that.
I mean, Ginny is doing 11 times the research on a Tuesday that Michael Proctor did in this entire investigation. And it's phenomenal.
Amen. Absolutely. Amen. And Ginny also made me this headband, which I love.
Did she? Oh my gosh. And it's the colors of it's the exact goes with your logo. I love
and
that.
the blue too. I have a blue one too. At Gina Campbell 8966 $10 says $10. I saw the trial files hit my queue this weekend with the interviews. I tried to watch, but the level of deception had my head spinning. I closed and told myself to wait for Samantha. I totally get it because it's exactly what my head was doing. I was like, I just sat. I couldn't. I still can't. You guys, it's unbelievable. Just wait. I mean, it's going to take forever because every sentence that Julie utters is completely bullshit. Every sentence. I've never seen anything. I have to tell you, I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like it ever. And these are police, by the way, that she's talking to, just in case you missed that part.
Does she actually, can I ask you a question from your analysis? Does she think she's a good liar? Like, does she, it doesn't seem like, especially going into that second or third one where she had all of that time in between, you would have thought that she would have like made a plan and like calmed down and like thought about her words. And instead she's just talking and going like the way that if you asked me right now, like, when did you first meet so and so, I would be like, okay, wait, let me think for it would take me a while to kind of like go back in my mind and answer the question truthfully and like real. And instead they're like, okay, so I met. It's like, where's the brain? Like, give yourself a second to like let your brain kick in.
But that's that is an indication of deception. That's that thing I always call the Wendy Adelson, right? Because when Wendy Adelson was in her interrogation with the police, which only happened once, hours after her, husband was murdered, her ex-husband, she just starts talking. And it's like, well, I had to do this, and then I had to do that, and then I went and I got and I love the glue thing, and and then I went and I bought my boys some glue for their broken toys, and she just blended it, and it's something that people do to make themselves seem like they're being honest. The reason why redundancy in a statement is an indication of deception is for exactly the reason that you just said. Honest people will take the time to pause and be like, well, let me think before I say that. But dishonest people don't, because they're afraid that pause is going to make them look like they're being deceptive.
Yeah. Like the fact that there wasn't one single pause for any of them between the question and the answer in any interview and any question. It was just like talking. Like, oh, okay. Well, either you prepared a story and you prepared a terrible story, or you're just coming up with it off the cuff, which doesn't seem like it's in your best interest.
Well, I think there's two actual answers to your question. First, I think the first is they are doing the Brian Albert delusion, right? So it's like, well, we're safe because we're innocent witnesses who have been tortured by Turtle Boy, right? So they're coming from that adopted version of reality first. So they feel like, what do you mean? Like, you have to protect me. I'm just this innocent witness. Like, what do I know? So I think that's the first part. And then the second part, it's the reason why every single one of these people side eyes, which you're going to see in a minute, Adam Lally and Hank Brennan to object for them the second they don't want to answer a question. They don't actually like, they don't like the question. Doesn't matter what the question is. They side eye.
Yeah.
Right.
Sometimes it's not even side eye. It's like,
oh yeah, no, exactly. Exactly. Sometimes like a full head turn. Right. Yeah. So they were clearly emboldened. Somebody told them very matter-of-factly, if you don't like a question, if you get stuck, you let us know. You just give me a look. And I will object, right? So they were given that directive, which makes me think that that's why they felt safe. They were kind of stuck, right? What were they going to do? If they don't show up to meet with the investigator about the relationship, then it looks like they're really hiding something.
Yeah.
So they wanted to show up and try to just minimize the degree of this relationship, but, couldn't do it. And that's right. You can't.
Yeah.
And that's what happened. It's insane. It's so freaking crazy. It's so crazy. Absolutely crazy. All right. So let's get into it. Let me show you guys what I have prepared for you, because it is truly like the craziest thing you've ever seen. It truly is. So, okay. Let me bring it up.
So,
all right, so we're just gonna dive right in, and we're gonna see.
Good freeze frame.
I know. Her face is funny. This is a fear face, by the way, and she has like this. I kept vacillating between whether this was actually like the fear face, because this is the face of fear, like when your lips do this thing, but then also they're not the most aesthetically pleasing group. Totally objectively, I'm not trying to put anybody down. So I couldn't decide whether this was like an actual indication of something or just, unpleasant, unpleasant aesthetics. I think I landed on the former, but just saying.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
I guess to sum it up, what would you say?
So that right there, just this right here. You got you can't even. I can't even. I can't even. I did not intentionally pull this clip because of that. Like it's just, oh, any of these clips, that's what you're going to get because that's what they all are doing the entire time because they are all hiding something. Interestingly about Courtney, I will tell you, she stops doing this later on in the interview because I think what she's really trying to hide is the babysitting with her brother. So after that comes out, after they get her to basically tell them everything, and remember, her investment in lying is a little different than Chris and Julie, right? A little different, right? Like she wants to protect her brother.
She wants to protect Michael, not as I mean, she probably doesn't want to throw Chris and Julie under the bus, but she's less invested. She's there to protect her brother.
Right. Because she doesn't think that Chris and Julie have anything to do with this, right? At the end of the day. I very seriously doubt it. I very seriously doubt it. If she did, I don't think she would be able to give this interview the way that she had.
Interesting.
Because yeah, she would be. If you're the go ahead.
Well, at this point, I feel like I can see that. What about like now? Like, do you think that she's changed like after seeing the trial? Did she just not watch the trials? Like, yeah.
Well, I think they watched some of it. I think it's like Carrie, right? Like you turn it off. It's sort of like when I hear the forensic girls talking for more than 2 minutes. It's like, okay, I can't watch this anymore, right? I got to shut it down because I start to get too upset by what they're saying that I can't hear it anymore. So I think that for most of them, and this is again what Brian Albert banks on, for most of them, their personal relationships are going to trump whatever they're seeing in the trial, right? So
interesting.
But here's something else. Chris he makes a very interesting point to say that, and I have to test the validity of this because I haven't done the full analysis on Chris yet, but he talks about how they don't leave their house anymore because of Aiden. Because he's afraid, right? That Turtle Boy they're going to see them at Michael Proctor's house and like he's going to be all over the news. Yeah. So it's very clear that Aiden is certainly not only in their heads, but affects their behavior. And I wonder if that's not cover in part because my guess is they did stop. Remember Julie's disclosure during the trial about how she didn't talk to her friends about this, which was a huge disclosure, right?
Not my friends.
Right. Like, I don't know about my friends. And you're like, wait a minute. This woman who spoke to Courtney Proctor 70 times. So she's a gossiper. That's what she does. She talks, right? Like, you're going to tell me that you don't want to talk about this with your friends? Well, what?
Right.
I mean,
and your friends aren't asking you. Your friends aren't reaching out to you. Your friends aren't saying, how are you doing? Do you need anything? What happened? Like, I won't watch if you don't want me to. I won't ask you about it. Like anything. But no.
They're like, right? They want no part of it is really what's happening, right? Which is very incriminating. So I very seriously doubt that they would ever dare to bring Courtney, the sister of the lead investigator, into any of it. I just very, very seriously doubt it.
No, it was more like, did she figure it out on her? But she's not trying to figure it out. She's trying to not figure it out. She's trying to just say, those people are bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And think about it. Like, people are harassing Colin.
Right.
So if anything, it's like, talk about like baby, the mama bear syndrome. Like she's going to jump to do anything she can to try to protect Colin.
That analogy of like us listening to the 4 to 5 girls actually is a really good kind of framing for me because it is like, they'll be going on and on about like Aiden's cell phone extraction and this message to Kara. And I'm like, I actually can't even like put myself into a place where I'm like analyzing this message on the level that you are because like I just don't see it. So that helps me kind of understand their perspective.
Oh yeah, they're just shutting down after the first second of right.
Yeah.
That's the truth about all of them, though. Like that's what the O'Keefes do. That's what everybody's doing, which is the reason. That's also what Cosgrove is doing. None of them are listening to what the evidence is, which is exactly, I think, in a way that actually works really well for Aiden and also for Karen, because none of them want to look at any of this. They really don't.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Okay, so we haven't even started yet.
I know. We made it half a
view
second.
of your brother's relationship is with Julie and Chris Albert.
He's, he knows who they are. He's friendly, but he would it's my sister's friends. That's really the extent of it.
In this case, you were tasked with the responsibility of making sure that the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. That's part of your job, correct?
Correct.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation, in this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
In fact, a couple of months ago, in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified under oath in that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
I didn't know the McCabes.
Can you just, I mean, this is such an egregious lie, right? It's like, you know, and you can see Proctor is really bad at lying about this particular thing. He lies about some stuff well, but this is not on that list.
Anytime I see these from the first trial, I'm like, how was the jury hung? Like,
I know.
I mean, it was hung for like other reasons, but oh my God.
I think it was hung because of the people on the jury.
Well, I rewatched when I had Victoria George on, and she said, like, I'm positive my ball was like one of the three that were in there to be picked as an alternate intentionally.
Oh, yeah, for sure. They tried. I think they tried really hard to stack the jury the first time. I think they manipulated the jury.
Even still. They watched this and they were like, this man's telling the truth.
I just don't think they cared, right? They just ignored a bunch of stuff. And that was probably part of the problem.
I forgot. Distractors.
Exactly. 67, however many witnesses. Yeah, you can't possibly retain even a quarter of what you're hearing. Not even close. It's crazy. Whereas, by the way, the second jury foreman was like, oh, I got this within about 2 minutes. How much do I love him, by the way? Like, I need to give him a gift. I really need to I need to send
They're
him
going to clip that and be like, Samantha Benigno knew the jury foreman and was talking to him.
That's okay. I don't, but I do have desperate love for him. So all of them, by the way, not just him, all of them. I don't know who the juror was that Yannetti mentioned that they thought was like the guy that was against them, who ultimately was the holdout, didn't want to, indict
that Aiden calls the smirker.
Yeah. It's like, I don't know, but I have a special love for all of them. Yeah. Thank God for these people. Could you imagine if this didn't go that way, what we'd be dealing with right now? I can't even think about it. Horror.
Certain members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabes.
Okay, but you don't.
I'm just thinking back, like when I went over there, if Courtney was possibly babysit, I don't remember. Like I remember, but I don't remember.
Okay. Okay.
That wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time. Did you testify under oath? Same oath you took here today, in a former proceeding in February of 2024, that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families? Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that was a couple months ago.
Closer, but not like closer, but not like super. But then when things started, like when Courtney met her, like I said, her now husband, and then, they got engaged, and, then that stuff, and I had my kids, and, that then we became closer.
You see, this, it just gets it's so shocking. She spend so much time, it's got to be 10 full minutes, talking about all this time before they were out of high school, right? Like, why are we talking about that?
Well, okay, I have a theory about that. I texted you this morning.
It's a rhetorical
So
question. Go ahead.
I feel like she's telling us a lot about this whole thing that came up in the trial of like how they view outsiders. To them, if you didn't go to middle school, if you're not friends from middle school, if you didn't know each other way back when, then you can't possibly be as like you're not in the inner circle no matter what. And that's how they saw John, and that's how they saw Karen. Because like as she's saying all this, I'm thinking like one of my very, very closest, dearest friends is somebody I met out of high school, out of college, out of my first job in my and it's like that is one of the closest people to me. So you can make friends as an adult, Julie. Like, I don't know if we thought they were annoying in middle school. Like, I don't care. Talk to us about today. Talk to us about your relation. You're an adult. And they always say like, oh, they were younger because they still think of everybody in terms of like what year they were in high school. Like I have some people that, so like my husband and I went to the same high school. He was a grade older than me. So like when I picture some of, not the friends that I'm like close to now, but some of his like two removed friends, when I see them, I do still have that moment where it's like, oh, you're a junior when I was a sophomore. Like that's how I see them. And that's how they classify all of these people.
Yeah. No, I did it too. Like, so I actually went back while I was doing this and I figured out which class. I mean, I asked people the whole thing when everybody graduated, right? So Julie Albert graduated, I believe, in 93. Jillian and Courtney graduated in 98. Proctor graduated in the year 2000. And I did that because I wanted to think back to, I graduated in 1996. Okay, so who did I know that graduated in 93? Oh, all right. That places Julie, right? In that class. Yep. So, of course, like they do that. And I would do that too if I were hanging out with the people that I knew from 1996. Yeah.
But then if you were still hanging out with them today and you had formed an adult friendship, that level of like, I was a senior when you were a sophomore, like that goes away eventually. Like you're we're just all grown up. So it's not like at a certain point, age becomes like, okay, well, like, are you in your 20s? No. Okay. Then you're a grown up and we're friends. Like,
no, right. And the reason why she keeps going back to this though, is because she's trying to completely avoid and evade
separation.
Yes,
yeah,
that's right. This is where the separation was. And she's trying to paint she starts out trying to paint the picture that relationship never changed, that it always stayed, well, I've always just been friends with Courtney because I'm Jillian's older sister. But she can't maintain that because it's just fundamentally false. So you have to like, really listen on many levels to be able to hear the truth. But she does tell it. It's just buried underneath absolute BS the whole way. It's wild. It's wild. It's the craziest thing on the planet.
Started to talk to her directly as opposed to like,
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to ask it a little differently. Like, I don't know what you
no,
mean by like.
No, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
So essentially, your brother knows who they are.
Yeah.
He knows.
Courtney's like a cartoon character to me a little bit. Like she's actually a little entertaining to watch because she sort of talks kind of like a cartoon character.
Friendly with you.
Yes.
He knows that
really
Julie babysits your kids and enjoys somewhat of a quasi-close relationship with you, because if it's a 9-year relationship watching your kids, I think by the very nature of that, it has to be at least a quasi-close,
and I trust her.
Trusting relationship.
Yes.
Quasi.
Have you ever been to Michael and Elizabeth Proctor's home?
One time. I can't even tell you when it was. I would honestly say I can't.
Honestly, of course.
I can't tell you.
I know it was pre-COVID. I just know that because I just remember certain things. And I can't even, I couldn't even, I have my son with me, my youngest son. And I can't even, I just have little bits and pieces.
And she makes a point. So there's so much wrong with this. I mean, it's like it takes days to get through it all. But note how she mentions that she has her son with her, but then she has to tell us that it's the youngest son, right? So everything that they're saying is without a doubt deliberate, right? There's no like, it's not arbitrary. The only thing that's arbitrary are the words that she allows to come out while she's trying to figure out what to say. And there's a lot of
and I feel like they're so focused on like Courtney's so focused on protecting Michael and Julie's so focused on protecting Colin that they say some other stuff that they probably wish they hadn't in the interim of just being so fixated on protecting that one person.
Yeah, and Courtney, you can see like she's really bad at lying, and it's a cop in front of her. She does have respect for police. So at the end of the day, like she ends up pretty much giving it all up because she doesn't want to lie to this guy. She really doesn't. And I also don't think she understands. She wants to protect her brother, but I also don't think that she sees anything wrong with it. Like, remember that Michael Proctor has been telling the story. There's really nothing wrong because it's far enough removed that there's nothing wrong with the relationship.
Well, and she probably knows the type of person that Michael Proctor is and what we've seen in his text messages. So she's like, oh, they don't know about all the like racist, sexist, anti-Semitic, misogynistic, homophobic text messages. So we're good.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and also she knows they're not friends. Like that's the other thing. Like Michael Proctor is not friends with Chris and Julie Albert. They're not friends. They're familial. So it's not like they're calling each other like, yo, bro, did you see the Sox game? Like they're not doing that, right? But they're at these functions the way that you would be with a cousin. So they're very close, but not friends. And that's why they're like kind of, I think, able to deny the reality of the degree of the relationship. At least that's why she can.
Did you ever know him to socialize with them without you?
Never. No. He didn't even have their phone numbers.
Okay.
He had to ask me for their phone numbers.
No. So.
And,
but I can't even.
Who do you know why you went or who you interacted with there? Or?
I want to say Courtney was there as well. I really honestly can't remember, but I know Courtney and Elizabeth, but
this.
Definitely Michael wasn't.
Look at this feigned. So she's trying to argue that she doesn't remember who was there, but she knows Michael wasn't. Like, right? Or she's closing her eyes. Who was there? Michael wasn't, everybody else, I don't know, but Michael wasn't. I know that.
I don't remember when, I don't remember who, but definitely not Michael.
Yeah, everybody else, I don't know, but Michael wasn't there. It's just the level of just egregious dishonesty, right? And once again, to your point earlier, you would think that like it is an opportunity for a police officer somewhere to go, hey, why are these people lying, right? But do they follow up? Of course not. Who would do that, right? Of course they don't.
Mr. and Mrs. Proctor.
They're what's the guy? Barrios and whatever the other B would name is. Their task is basically just collecting the information and preparing a report based on that information. They're not really involved in the case. They're not prosecuting anybody. They're just trying to get as much information as they can, which I think I need to remember when I get frustrated of like, hello, like, isn't it clear that they're lying? Like, they're just writing down what is said.
Totally. And I just saw this, Lynn. Lynn K. Ho 4483 says, it sounds like Courtney Proctor is Julie's best friend too. No, Julie is not Courtney's best friend. They are family. Courtney Proctor sees Julie as her surrogate older sister. These are not friends. I want to be very, very clear about this. This is not a friendship. A friend is like, like a friend, right? A friend is like you were saying, I have friends that I worked with for 10 years. I have friends that I've known from the time I was in high school. This is not a friendship. This is a familial relationship. That is why Karen Proctor puts up a Facebook post that says, the Proctor's second family, because to Courtney, this is really important, specifically to Courtney, who tells everybody everything, talks to her brother every second all day, probably talks to her mother quite a bit as well, is constantly singing the praises of Julie. She loves her. She watched both of her kids for a decade. Right? So it's not friendship. It's a family.
Yeah.
Which is really, really alarming, right? Because you'll never, you can't be objective if we're talking about family, obviously.
Right.
Were over there often, obviously, the grandparents. They were not.
So it wasn't like he ever had direct contact with her, ever, like, and texted her in a social way, or Chris.
In a social way.
Pretty confident it was on one occasion.
One occasion only, and it was pre-COVID, I remember. That.
Remember, there was an event or anything.
Totally not pre-COVID.
Stick out about that?
I honestly, I don't.
Okay.
I don't
know.
Okay.
I don't know. Nothing stuck out.
Well,
I don't know why
there's some suggestion that there might have been some text messages between your brother and Julie that predates that. Do you have any sense at all of what those could have been?
No, I don't. I think the only thing that I know at that time.
No, I don't. And then she proceeds
the
to
only
tell
thing
us
I know.
exactly what it was about. Right, of course. But no, I don't. I have no idea.
Michael and Elizabeth's his wife, their daycare was up in the air. And I remember saying to Michael, like, hey, maybe you'd want to consider Julie to help out in the interim until you find a permanent daycare. And so it could have been in that context, but not that I'm aware of, that there was communication.
So wait. It's really easy to overlook that. Not that I'm aware of, but there was communication.
Right. That was the question. Are her arms really short, or is she like turtling in her shirt? Like, is she trying to disappear?
I think she's really short. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, she has like a cartooniness about her. I think she must be a small.
She uses her hands. They look like they're like.
I know.
Like not
She
like,
has a
it's
bigger
like somebody
head.
else behind her doing that like thing.
I know. She's funny to watch.
T-Rex arms.
She's fun. She's funny to watch. I don't mind watching her as much because I feel like she is like in her way really trying to be as honest as she feels like she can be. Although, she's not honest at all. It's funny though to watch. Julie, I can't tolerate. It's just absolutely like, is she really saying these things? It's crazy. But it's going on with her too. She just did it, right? So she just completely contradicted the words coming out of her mouth multiple times in one statement about one topic. It's crazy. And the most important topic of all, which is whether or not her brother has had direct communication with Julie, which of course she has.
Response. What was the end result of that? Did Julie ever end up babysitting?
No, she never ended up babysitting. I quite frankly don't even remember if he reached out to her to ask.
Has any other member of your family, immediate family, ever been to Michael and Elizabeth Proctor's home?
Any other member of my immediate family, not to my no.
So that's a tactic.
Except
just to be very clear, just to be clear. So a lot of what you're going to see from Julie, if you're watching or following along at home, it's all a tactic. So she's not sure what she wants to say, but remember, one of the biggest indicators is not pausing to think about the answer that she's giving, because people think that makes them look like they're trying to come up with something to say, which is it's sort of counterintuitive to the way that it actually is in reality. People that are being honest take a moment because there's nothing to hide. People that are not, do not. And that's the biggest problem she has. So she uses all of these tactics. She asks questions. She repeats what they say. She will start saying one thing and then completely shift gears. She'll, I, we, they, jumps all over the place. And you're just going to hear them all. She pulls them all out.
Also, like, I don't know everybody's house my husband has been to. Like, he might have been to somebody's house before that I wasn't there, but like, oh, you were with your brother and then you guys went to I like we have my friend group is kind of like this where we're like super close with my husband's brother, and then like that opens up, there's like a whole people that I consider family. They're at Thanksgiving and stuff. Like I have this in my life. And so when I think about like, I don't know if Jake's ever been to Joey's house before, like maybe I wouldn't be able to answer that. She doesn't know every single person's house that her oldest son has been to. So for her to be like anybody might be, no, definitely not. Like, how do you know?
I know it's very clearly deception.
Look at that freeze frame right there where she's like, please believe me.
I know. She's really, really trying. It's funny because Chris actually catches himself doing it. I don't think I have it here, but Chris does respond that way. Like he's like, I've never been to Proctor's. And then he's like, well, maybe I shouldn't say never, right? Because maybe I have been there, but I don't remember. I don't want to get myself in trouble, right? So at least he recognizes it. But she is just all in on lying in any way she can. It's just crazy. It's crazy.
I remember I had my son.
Okay,
he was
aside
from no,
and was young at that time.
Young, yes, I want to say.
So that's an interesting answer, by the way. It's an interesting answer because she is trying to say that the one time that she was at the house, because the investigator's asking, was anybody else from your family ever there without you or without Courtney? And she's like, well, only that one time that my son was with me, which makes me think there might be lots of other times that one or more of her sons were at the house without her, right? Which opens that door because this is deception outright.
I mean, he was 12 or younger, maybe.
Okay.
It's crazy.
But your husband's never been there?
No, not to my knowledge. No.
Okay. And none of your other children?
Nope, none of my other children.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Did you say that you were going to ask, or did
I said I just suggested it to them because they were in their daycare. Their daycare person last minute said I can't take. My sister-in-law was supposed to go back to work in 2 weeks. And I said, and they were kind of frantic, scrambling to figure out who was going to watch. And I suggested, hey, you might want to consider Julie. Was about to go into kindergarten, so I wasn't going to need her anymore. Okay. And I was like,
I know. She says that in a really funny way. Kindergarten.
It makes me gag every time.
I know. But
someone in the chat was like, is that a Massachusetts thing? So if any of you guys are wondering that here too, no, that is not a Massachusetts thing. We do not.
I don't know where that came from. I really don't.
From Home Alone. That's how the like robber guy in Home Alone is like, we know that you're in kindergarten.
Oh, is that where it came from? I had never.
No, I don't know if that's where she got it, but
it's crazy.
I hate it.
Well, and the important part of this statement, it's actually really important because she gives it up. She's trying to say that she's got no knowledge of, Julie ever babysitting for her brother, but then, neglects to mention until now that actually she was looking for a placement for Julie because she realized that her kid was going off to kindergarten. And it just so happens that at the exact same time, her brother magically and suddenly needed a new babysitter, needed a nanny, right? So
Melanie Little said this part really well. She said, like, you want to keep your nanny warm, like in case you need them. And so it's like if they're at your brother's house, then it's like, oh, can you also pick up so-and-so on the way home if you need them?
Of course. You want to keep them working, right? Like, and she wants to do right by her brother. So of course she would want the obvious thing to do would be give Julie to her brother. It's like, it's a no-brainer, right? But the crazy part is the fact that she won't bring that up until this very last part of this lie that she's just outright bold-faced lie. And so clearly you see, like, she outs herself the whole way. She'll lie and then follow it up with the truth. It's crazy. just crazy. It's crazy.
Like, hey, might be someone to consider because I know like you're scrambling, but it was just a suggestion.
Right. It was so now she's trying to frame it like, oh, I was because he was scrambling, which is obviously not true. And then it was just a suggestion, which obviously isn't true because Julie did babysit for him at least once, that she's willing to admit. Kind of.
Than anything.
Have you or any member of your immediate family ever babysat for Michael and Elizabeth Proctor's children?
I'm trying to honestly think back. I may have very briefly years ago at that. I'm trying to think if it was that time. But
so wait. Think about what she just said.
You've only been at the house once.
Right. You've only been at the house once. I'm trying to think if it was that time. So how many?
So you babysat for his 2- and 4-year-old with your 14-year-old? No.
It's right. You see what's happening, everybody? We see what's happening. So she wants this to go away, right? Obviously, she doesn't want to think about that. But at the same time is giving it up that, of course, she's been there more than that one time. And it appears as though she's babysat for him probably multiple times, maybe not as a routine weekly assignment, but certainly it appears as though she's at least helped, right?
Yeah.
It's insane.
Other than that time, no.
Other than that time,
I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
So yes. Exactly.
So the answer is yes. Other than that time.
The answer is yes. And it's also yes, because we know outright the way she framed that answer that it was deceptive. So the question all along is not whether there's deception. There obviously is deception. The question is, what is she being deceptive about, right? So we're trying to not only decipher deception. We know that's true. The question is, what is the truth? And that's the part that we're trying to piece together from what everybody is saying.
You testified whether or not you knew or had.
But you mentioned this earlier. They're the worst liars I think I've ever seen. Julie Nagel is a close second. Like they're neck and neck, only because we don't hear as much from Julie as we do now from Julie Albert, from Julie Nagel as much as Julie Albert. But Julie Albert is about as bad as Julie Nagel. They're like neck and neck in my mind.
And I feel like in this one with Julie Albert, we see a different type of talking because it's not court testimony where you're just like answering the question. So she's trying to be like more conversational, and that gets her into a lot of trouble. So maybe if they had done this with Julie Nagel, we could have seen, maybe if they had recorded any of their interviews, imagine how much different our level of knowledge would be if we had this for every interview that they did.
Yeah, be wild, be amazing. You know, what a gift. But that's the reason why we don't, right? So remember, the reason why we don't is because they didn't want us to have it, which is disgusting, but nonetheless true.
Other than that time.
Remember, this is just to be clear. And I think I tend to minimize Chris Albert's involvement in all of this, but it's not to be minimized. Like the more that I learn about Chris and Julie, the more I realize that Chris Albert is really got a lot of friends. A lot of people like Chris. A lot of people know Chris.
You like Chris.
Yes, exactly. Chris is likable 100%, but he's also doesn't mess around, right? Like you can see, like, think of it this way. Colin doesn't, he goes to dad. He bypasses his mother. Now, if I had a son, I can tell you right now that I would be the main, I just know myself and I know how my personality is. I'd be the main conduit. Like it wouldn't be dad I wouldn't get bypassed to go to dad. It would be mom is the one we go to with whatever we need, right? Dad comes in as like the authority as necessary. But that's not
my
the way
house.
it is with
Dad
Colin.
comes in and high fives. Dad says high five. And I'm over there doing everything else.
Exactly. Julie is in the ultimate mother role, but doesn't have any of the authority. Colin looks at dad, right? Like dad has all the authority. So it appears to me as though he has a lot more power and friends than we're kind of savvy to. That's the best way to say it. Or like those relationships appear to have been important in all of this. It's just crazy. The whole thing is so crazy.
No.
So I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabe's?
Objection. Sustained.
As you sit here right now, you need to refresh your recollection. You can't remember what you said?
Objection.
Do you remember what you said?
During that proceeding, no. Yes.
And that's your testimony that you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabe's. Is that right?
I did not know the McCabe's. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no relationship with Chris and Julie.
No.
And I have little to know, right? Little to know, which is obviously an outright lie. But it's interesting the way he tries to, you see when he's outright lying, he can't, he's really bad at it. He like can't pull it together. And he lies like this about the relationships, but also about Colin. Those are the two things.
And also, if you don't remember how you testified in that proceeding, fine. Answer the question now because it should be the same. It's about you. It's not, oh, I'm so sorry you can't remember. So how about you just answer the question and we'll see if your answer is the same.
So this is interesting. I cut it out because it was reading from the grand jury testimony. Right before he answers that, Alan Jackson reads from the grand jury transcript where Proctor says that. The answer would be the same no matter when I gave it, because he's asked about what he told Lynn Beelan, the first assistant DA. And he says, well, it doesn't matter what I said because the answer would always be the same, that he has no relationship with the Alberts or the McCabe's. Right.
And yet you're like, I need to review those minutes before I answer this. What?
It's so silly. It's just, obviously, he's outright lying, right? Just like he's telling us that the reason why he took Colin out of the report, even though Colin was the only name that he left out of the report, it was because he showed up later than the duty group, whatever their names are. But before, like, it's insane. You can't even, like, what does he say?
He wasn't there from the start of the night, so I didn't include him in the report. But you did include the girls that you say were there much earlier and then left because they like started the night together.
That's right. So he tries to have it both ways. He's like, well, he came late and then he left early. So he was the one that came late and left early, so I left him out. And it's like, oh, but he also just happens to be the person that your sister has this very close, long-standing relationship that brought her to being BFFs with Julie and hiring her as her nanny for 10 years. That's the bottom line. Great.
I'm just thinking in my head. But
I'm just listen to it. I'm just thinking in my head. Okay, Julie, where else would you be thinking?
I'm just thinking in my butt.
I'm just thinking, like, we see you thinking in your head, right? Again, this is where she gets into trouble the whole time because she's trying to she's trying to fill the space with words. And unfortunately, words have meaning. So while she's doing that, we're just extrapolating like droves of information from her.
Other than that time, I'm just trying to think back.
Other than that time,
having a hard time remembering, honestly.
I'm having a hard time remembering, honestly.
Exactly.
I can remember and lie.
That's exactly what she said. I'm having a hard time remembering, honestly. I'm having a hard time with what to tell you, is what honestly, right? I don't know how to tell you what I want to say.
Social interaction, your pure social interaction like with her.
I don't like, we didn't hang out. I was a young mom, so it wasn't like I was going out a lot, and
So, like we didn't hang out. I was a young mom, so it wasn't like I was going out a lot, right? So just really have to pay attention to the very specific words that they're using because they're all very intentional.
You don't have to go out when the nanny is at your house.
Right. Yeah.
Like, that's not the question. Okay, you weren't going out a lot. That's more time with Julie.
Well, and what he's really asking here is, in addition to all the time you spend with her around the kids, do you also go out socially? So she's trying to make this distinction, but what she ends up saying is exactly what you're saying, which we don't really need to hang out socially.
Yeah.
I'm with her all the time.
Yeah, I get home from work. Now she's off duty. We have a glass of wine together and we catch up at my kitchen table. So like, no, we didn't go out together, right? We didn't like text each other and make plans. We had a drink at the end of the day together while the kids were playing in the other room.
Right. So while she's defending against the social nature of the relationship, what she's doing is describing the familial nature of the relationship, which is exactly how we know she thinks about her like a sister, not really like a pal. Right.
Right.
It's crazy.
Really someone that went out a lot, but we talked regularly. She honestly gave me advice about kids. Like when one of the kids had the stomach bug, she would be someone I would go to say, what do I do? I don't have an older sister, and sometimes my mom, her advice was from when my brother and I were young in the 80s, and things change, and there's new ways to swaddle kids than my mom knew. So Julie was someone who just raised 3 boys, and I would ask her lots of questions about infants and toddlers. I saw her a lot because she was either coming to pick up the kids or drop them off, but it wasn't like I went out on the weekends with her all the time. It was just most of my socializing was because she was coming to my house with the kids.
And at that point, I remember Elizabeth and Michael only had their oldest son at that point.
Now, this is important because there's so much wrong here. This one little statement has so much important stuff in it. So she keeps reiterating at that point, which tells us that there's lots of other points, multiple points that she's leaving out, which again indicates to us she's been there multiple times, right? That she doesn't want us to know about. But this comes back around full bore because she winds up being directly called out for this absolute lie about the timing and the age of the kids, because she's trying to say, well, I mean, it was before they had their second kid to try to give us a timeline, but then it turns out this timeline is a lie, right? So if it was then, this is a different time than all the other times that she's not telling us about when she actually did babysit for Michael Proctor, which makes me think there are multiple babysitting engagements that she's not telling us about.
So I remember he was sitting in a high chair, and I want to say he was maybe even a year old.
So that's what I meant by that answer.
Well, the question wasn't, did you know most of the Alberts? The question was, did you have a relationship with, or did you know the Alberts? And your answer was no.
No, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
That's why I know it was a long time ago.
I guess in the last 3 years, how many times per day or per week would you say?
So once my son kind of started elementary.
So remember, the question is in the last 3 years, because they keep jumping all over the place whenever they're asked questions about how often they communicate, how often they see each other. So they're like, oh, back in 6th grade, whatever. So he's now getting more specific and getting savvy, right? How about in the last 3 years?
2 years, maybe once a week, once or twice a week, checking in on life stuff. So yeah, once or twice a week after she was done watching my son.
And that kind of corresponded with this, with the death of John O'Keefe. Is that accurate? He started school a couple years ago?
So that's 2022. So he started kindergarten the fall of 2021. So the year John passed away was first year of kindergarten. So yes, sorry, it's just the years with COVID and everything, things just blend together.
They blend. So obviously that's important because when you do that math, we start to see that, oh, well, is that the COVID time? And was she watching Courtney's kids after COVID? Because kind of sounds like it was after COVID, right? And just before John lost his life.
Well, that's when they have that one text message. That was the 10 days before text message. But also, it is possible that, say you have your nanny and then you're talking to your brother 5 to 6 times a day, because that's what we do apparently. And Michael's saying, oh, we have this thing this weekend, but mom can't watch so-and-so. Courtney might be like, oh, I'm here with Julie right now. Do you want me to see if she can watch on Saturday night? And that it makes a ton of sense to me. It didn't need to be this full like now she's your nanny. It's like she just subbed in and watched your kids every once in a while.
And that is exactly what my guess is, that she absolutely subbed in and watched his kids. Probably, she says 5 to 6 times socially, I think is what she gives us, which means it's probably more like 6 to 10 times babysitting and like 20 times socially, which we're going to see now. I think this is where we switch into the social dynamic between her and Proctor.
Yeah,
So, like, again, I want to be very clear. I'm not suggesting that like Chris and Michael are friends, because they're not. This is not a friendly relationship. It's a family relationship. Michael Proctor's a young twit.
Right.
Like, he's way too young. He's much younger than Chris and Julie. I don't think they have any like particular interest in him. She is friends though with Elizabeth Proctor, which is a little different.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so we'll see that. You'll see that now. I think that's now.
Was that their youngest son, you said? Or
No, they have 2 boys, and they're old. No, this was their oldest.
Oldest, okay.
Yes, and he is now. I wouldn't even 6, 5, 6, either 5 or 6.
Who can keep track?
That was the time I was at their home. Yes. Yep.
Okay. Wait a minute. What did she just say? Hold on.
Oh, was that their youngest son, you said? Or
No, they have 2 boys, and they're old. No, this was their oldest.
Oldest, okay.
Yes, and he is now. I wouldn't even 6, 5, 6, either 5 or 6.
This is at your house or their home?
That was the time I was at their home. Yes. Yep.
Okay.
And I know for a fact that was the only time I was ever at their home.
When did she start watching her kids?
So when I had, she watched for me in the summers, and that was, I was born in 2013. I went back to work 3 months later.
So now we're learning that she didn't just watch the kids during the school year, right? She watched during the summers. Like, you start to see that. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
And like, this is somebody you trusted your 3-month-old with. Like,
right.
A 3-month-old baby is like, you're not handing that over to just anybody. You're trusting a close family member with your like 3-month-old little baby.
Yeah. Her parents did like 2 days a week or whatever. Her mom did 2 days a week. And then Julie did the other.
Also, just side note, because your daughter's a little older, when she said the part about like, oh, well, she was like, the boys were like in middle school and high school, so they didn't really need her anymore.
I know.
Like, maybe you should have stayed a little bit more engaged with Colin's high school years.
Yeah, I thought about that too when she said it. It was like, what is that? What do you even mean by that? Like, what is she even talking about
like,
there?
Oh, once they're like 10, like, my parenting is done.
Yeah. But they still have to give mom a kiss every time they come in the door, right? Like, even when they're 25, because she can't ever go to sleep until the kids are home. I mean, it's absolutely asinine is what it is. Okay, I'm going to get to you guys. I see everybody. I'm coming, I promise.
She watched a couple of days a week for me until I went off to preschool. And then there was a period where, before I was born, where Julie didn't help at preschool. And then I was born in 2016. And then she watched for 2 to 3 days a week for me. Up until he went to kindergarten, which was 2 years ago.
Okay, so between 2013 with a small break and 2022?
Yeah.
So for 9 years or so?
Yeah, off and on. Watched my kids 2 to 3 days a week.
Wait, so from 2013 to 2022 with a small break in 2022 is what she just confirmed. So, if that's what she's confirming and willing to admit to, it sort of opens the door for, well, what's the real extent then? Right? I mean, think about that. it's utterly insane. Like the insanity, you guys, is off the chart. It's off the chain. It really, really is. Hello, Ruby in Atlanta. Oh, look at that cute puppy. We're so blessed with the cutest little animals ever. That is a cute puppy. Welcome, Ruby in Atlanta. At VKinds 80 cents, $10. I can't wait for the day when all this comes to a head and the right persons are behind bars and you can make a compilation with the song Bittersweet Symphony by the Verve. Me neither. Me too. What do you think? What do you think the odds of that happening in our lifetime are?
I mean, like at this point for me, and this is not like, I feel much more focused on just trying to figure out how we make sure that the people in power aren't able to do this again. Like for me, that's the like end goal, is figuring out where the corruption started and where it goes to, and getting Adam Deitch in the district attorney's office so that we can actually have an investigation into the corruption and fixing that. So for me, that's the day it comes to a head.
Yeah, I mean, and as you say that, it's still going on. So it's like this it just keeps this loop that we're kind of stuck in, right? It sort of reminds me of In My Open when we hear Diller start to talk about Karen Reed plotting and all this garbage. And it's just like, does this guy really believe the words that are coming out of his mouth? It's wild, right?
I think Diller does, and the rest of, like, I don't think like Maddie and them, Tewksbury, do. I think they're just being lawyers.
I agree with that. So at this point, I think that's probably fair. Tewksbury for sure. Maddie, I don't know enough yet, but yes, Diller is like, Diller is now like a family member. He's like Peg's like right arm. And you wonder, like, is this guy getting paid? Who's paying him? He's been like a full-time operator for them for years.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
Does he think he's going to make money on this game? Does he really believe that they're going to win a lawsuit at the end of this? I'm sorry, but I don't see how that's possible. I think they're just going to get destroyed again, is unfortunately what I think is going to happen.
Yeah.
So can you imagine? I mean, I think if you're the O'Keefe family, that ends up being a more devastating loss because they have now invested everything in Diller. They have invested everything in that lawsuit. And if they lose that, that's it. It's done for them, right? I mean, there's no second chance there. So that's a big, big, big loss. I don't know. I don't know. At Your Dad's Favorite Mom is a member for 4 months. Hi, Your Dad's Favorite Mom. I second saw TTC post those interviews. I was like, Sam is probably losing her mind. I was totally losing my mind. Julie Albert and Julie Nagel do the same. Yeah. Yep thing. Yeah. They're very similar in their like their lack of ability to lie with ease. That's really what it is. They're just both egregious liars. It's shocking. Yeah, I was dying. Watching it in real time, dying is what I was doing. At Fiona,
I feel like they're not good at lying in those cases because they're not seeing the full picture of like where these questions are building to and why they're asking them and what came before and what came after and what information they already know. And so they don't really, I think that is where they're becoming such bad liars because they don't really know what they know the like big picture things they're supposed to lie about, they're not supposed to disclose, but I don't think they know like the timeline and the how much information they've already gotten from other people about what happened like in this time and that time. And so that's why they're just kind of like saying words that they're hoping whoever's listening is like, well, those are words that count as an answer, but also don't make a sentence. So that's good.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Julie Nagel thinks that her directive is different than it is. She thinks that she's supposed to say that Colin was gone before midnight. She thinks that she's supposed to say that Brian Albert just took the dog out and then the dog went right back upstairs. So she thinks that she's supposed to be doing all of this, the blob on the front lawn, but doesn't understand that actually all these other people are saying something that's completely discrepant from what she's saying. So she's trying to do what she thinks is the right thing by them. But as you're pointing out, she doesn't know what anybody else is saying or doing. And therefore it just gets botched like royally. Yeah, it's true. And you're right. That is exactly the same thing. That's why Julie is just talking endlessly, and she ruins it, because by the end they have the full story and now she's in trouble, right? She's just lying.
Which also kind of explains why like Jen McCabe's lies are a little bit more like comprehensive, because she knows the whole story. She's quarterbacking. She knows everybody's stories. So she can tell lies that like connect the different stories that she knows other people have told.
And until she gets caught. Like she doesn't know that Alan Jackson discovers, or actually it was Bettero, I guess, that second or first phone call early in the morning to Nicole. So she's like, I remembered it a certain way, like Tom Beatty, and then I called Julie, and and she goes through this like multiple times, trial 2, and then Jackson
she's like, I practiced my lines, Tom Beatty, my sister, that wasn't as important,
right? And then he's like, well, that's interesting because you just didn't think it. He pulls out the other call. Yeah, no, it's fun to watch them get caught like that. So Fiona, great question. Fiona Hewson, 2140, sends 10 Australian dollars. Says, good morning from Australia. We always love it when you visit. Does Julie say John dies in the house? Thank you for all your hard work, Samantha. So I didn't hear this yet. I can't wait to hear it.
No,
but
this is wrong. Hold on. I want to correct this, because this was like
Please
circulating on Twitter, and no, she doesn't say that John dies in the house. The clip that people are like attributing to that is her saying, she was like finishing a thought, like John dies, blah, blah, blah. And she's talking about when Yuri and Michael Proctor interviewed her and Chris on February 10th. And she's saying that interview was in my house. She says in my house, not the house. And,
yeah. Go ahead.
And she's just saying where the interview happened. People online were saying, oh, she just told the truth that John died in the house. But that wouldn't even make sense because she's talking about her house.
Yeah. So I might have heard it. I just didn't see that part of it.
It was just something that like kind of went viral on Twitter, but it's I'm glad you asked, Fiona, so we could clear that up.
Okay, good. So no, the answer is no.
No.
But if she does, you'll know. I promise you will know. At Tex Annie became a member. Hi, welcome, Tex Annie. Nice to have you here. We are psyched to have you. Hello, Canton Chronicle sends $10. Honestly, honestly. Oh, they're so bad. How are you, dear? It's nice to see you. Thanks for being with us. At American Dreamer 5867 says $10. I love Emily's perspective. Appreciate you both. Me too. We love her. I missed it, mic drop. I don't know what you mic dropped on, but I appreciate you so much. I hate when I miss it.
It's weird because on StreamYard you can't see what those are, so it doesn't pop up on our end. But it does pop up on YouTube. Yeah.
It's so true. Okay, so let me get a couple more of these in. Nanny Can 4207 sends 200 gems.
Aww,
look at that
look
cute
at that
puppy.
face.
I know. Looks like the dog is smiling. Hello, Saucy Meat Sauce sends $5. I'm late, but I made it. Hello, ladies. Hi, Denise. Big shout out to Denise, of course, as always, who, of course, is the best mod on the planet.
People are one person on a lot of accounts is keeping Denise very busy today.
Oh no, Denise, I'm so sorry. Yes, I'm sure I could guess. I have a guess. At Jägermeister sends 440 gems. And then does it say Uncler? Look at this dog.
That dog makes me want to just go, hi there.
I don't. This is the cutest dog. Actually, is this Boxer? Is that what this dog is? It looks like a Boxer, kind of. I had a Boxer growing up, so it's a very cute puppy. Jump and Shout sends $2. Hi, Jump and Shout. Welcome. All right, so let's continue this a little longer, and then I may have to take a slight break because I have to run. I've drank way too many cups of coffee this morning already. So we're
I have to
getting
make
there.
myself another coffee if we want to do a little break at some point. I need a coffee.
Okay, good. So we'll do the coffee break in just a few minutes. How's that?
Perfect.
All right.
Perfect.
Okay.
Or know them.
This. Oh, here we go.
I don't know the McCabe's. I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
So you do know the Alberts, correct?
I know some of them, Julie and Chris.
And Colin, correct?
Correct, and Colin.
And you knew the Alberts when you gave this testimony in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, they asked if there was any relationships.
Let's try this again. Meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't have relationships with members of the Alberts and members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Mm-hmm.
Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was basically being like friends or
see that. So there was a big one-sided shoulder shrug there on the right, our right, his left, which was interesting. We don't see a lot of those from him. So, but you can really see this is important for a different reason, right? Just in thinking about what his baseline is, it is important if you're trying to decipher, which is something I have to go back and finish. What does he know? How much can we get from Michael Proctor? Because if we can really nail the baseline on Michael Proctor, we can find out, how much he is involved in planting evidence. And it is my current belief that he is directly involved. And the reason I believe that is because of his testimony. Because I've gone back and forth believing that he wasn't, then he was. I do believe he has knowledge of what really happened.
100%. They drove behind the tow truck the entire way back from Dighton. You're staring at a car. You knew what the taillight looked like. That's not even. Yeah.
No, 100%. Yes. Thanks for saying that. Because
sometimes freaking communications. That's how I interpret it.
Well, that might have been a good time to pipe up and say, well, I know Chris and I know Julie.
Can we talk? Okay, let me say this before also I forget. We know that Proctor was not on the on-call schedule. Okay, we have the on-call schedule. Michael Proctor is nowhere near January 29th. He's not on the 28th. He's not on the 29th. I don't even think he's on the 30th. He's nowhere near this time as the on-call person. Do we know why he wound up? No. Okay. So there is I just want to point this out. He is not on that schedule. That is a fact. So somebody, for some reason, selected Michael Proctor.
One of my worst qualities in all this is that I'm not trying to excuse them, but I feel like there are some moments where there is a non-nefarious answer that I don't know if this is the answer, but he lives in Canton, a mile from the crime scene, if we want to call the crime scene CPD or 34 Fairview.
You're right.
There is a non-nefarious explanation that the Mass State Police Goon Squad, these guys are this disorganized that they don't always stick to a schedule, and that the snowstorm was coming. It hadn't started yet, but it was coming, and they were hey, you live close by, can you take today? You'll get overtime. Or that they knew that this was going to be a big case, and they were oh, I want to give the big case to Michael Proctor. He's our up and coming guy. We want to put him on the map. It is just hard for me to see a moment that early in that early of the stages where they're Michael Proctor knows the Alberts. Let's call him, superseding the person who's on call. That is completely possible, but that just feels one step too far of there would be too many people who would already have to be kind of in on it type thing. Doesn't mean it didn't happen, but just for me.
No, I don't disagree with any of that. I just wish they would have said that.
Well, right.
So yeah, I remember when during snowstorms, I used to get called in to my old job at a radio station not far from here because everybody else lived out in the boroughs, and I live in New York City, and I lived close by. I live in Manhattan, to be specific. And, I was closer to the station. So if it snowed, I would be the one to get called in just because I could get there quickly.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense to me. I don't doubt that. But why not say that?
And I feel like then the answer to that question, why not say that, might be like, because that does sound sketchy. Like now that you're in the hot water and have done all the other sketchy things, if you're like, and I skipped my spot in line in the schedule and I took this case, that does sound really sketchy versus just saying, yeah, I was the one on call. There also is a very weird email in one of the FOIA dumps where Adam Lally is like asking about the schedule, and then they say, oh, we just switched like, I forget who he's emailing or who it's from. Maybe Jenny knows. We just had switched software that week to a new scheduling software, and so it wasn't working that week or something like that.
Right. It's just more BS is really what. But you're right. If I have something to hide from their perspective, then telling the truth about that is going to be less likely, right? Because it seems nefarious. So they don't want there to be anything that seems nefarious. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Very good point. At Dr. Jen Toxic sends $4.99. Oh my God, Emily, you remind me of, who is that, Emily?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? Vanello Von Sweets from Wreck-It Ralph. Love you both. Oh my God, I don't know who that is. We're gonna have to find out.
Looking it up.
Look it up. Send me like a screenshot or something. I don't know if I can play it because it's from a movie. I like.
Oh my God! Wait, no, I'll just put a.
Yeah, you have to.
That's so funny.
I don't know who that is, but I'm like really want to see.
Oh yeah, this is so funny. It's like actually really spot on.
Wait, how do you spell it though? Vanello? Vanello?
I'm putting a picture down at the bottom for you. That is so funny.
That's funny.
Wait, it's saving. It's being annoying.
Totally okay. Of course. I know who that is.
That is
Oh my God.
so funny.
So cute. I recognize her. Oh, I love her. I forgot about Wreck-It Ralph. Now I remember this movie.
Dr. Jen Toxic. I
Dr.
love
Jen
that.
Toxic. That's very cute. I like that too. Very, very cute. She's adorable. Got a Bad Feeling sends $99.99.
nice.
That's so nice. Happy Monday, gorgeous ladies. You two are so fun together. Thank you both so very much for continuing to fight for justice for John O'Keefe and to shed light on corruption. Your efforts, time, and commitment are appreciated more than words can express. Love, love, love you both. Oh, that was so nice. Got a Bad Feeling. You're the best. Just the best.
No, you have to say it correctly. Got a bad feeling.
Got a bad feeling. I know I can't though. I don't have the inflection, like the vocal tone. I know, me too.
That's so
But thank
sweet.
you, thank you. So kind. So kind. Where's Got a Bad Feeling from? I don't know. I mean, I just was thinking about it because I was of the sheep reference. So I just had the thought. It's a good question. Let us know. Got a Bad Feeling if you don't mind telling. If you do, then no problem. Okay, so let's do like the quick coffee break. This is in honor of you and my my daughter, who for whatever reason has taken a big liking to this particular song by Fervent. I don't know why.
I love that your daughter
loves
listens
it.
to Fervent. That's awesome.
I have no idea how, but she's always listening. My daughter's one of those people that doesn't seem like she's paying attention, but she absolutely is. And so that is how I think this came to be. I'm trying to pull it up. Like, why there's something interfering. Okay, there we go. All right, so we're going to start with our first. That's right, our first Fervent break.
Just a window into my brain.
Oh no.
The life of a Proctor defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. I don't even know why this is in the news. All of y'all are acting like prudes. Who doesn't like looking at nudes and sharing those nudes with the whole damn crew? Don't come at me with quid pro quo. I love that man, no homo. Not one text that he planted evidence. That means that it is so evident there's no corruption. So what's the relevance? The feds found nothing except for these messages. They say there was a conflict of interest, but really we all had a common interest. Frame Karen Reed and we're in the clear. Then work with Kev on a cold case of beer. The life of a Proctor defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. Please judge, don't let these texts out. He's been through enough and he's really stressed out. He's got Kerry Roberts backing him up, got Matt McKay backing him up, the district attorney backing him up, and Yuri, yeah, he gave a thumbs up. How about the Emmy? Not so much. How about the laws of physics? Not so much. How about Michael Easter? Not so much. How about common sense? Definitely not. The silent majority aren't on Twitter. For my man Chip, my hands on the trigger. Today in Canton, it's time to kill some.
No, sorry, Proctor, I can't say that.
The life of a Proctor defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. Here, Bear, take the mic. Tell him how you feel. Bitch, get out of line. I call her a whack job. Then I wonder why I got fired from my last job. All these Twitter trolls say I'm looking like a fat slob. Tell the FKR crew they're gayer than the flash mob. If I go to jail, please pick the right cellmate. Cause I probably pissed off every single inmate. They say orange is the new black. And as you know, I don't really like black. I can't help that. They annoy me. The only hood I like is white and pointy. Oh,
Okay, Jesus, Bear, please step away from the mic. White and pointy.
stop, you're making it worse. It's hard to defend you sometimes. The life of a Proctor defender.
I put you on a pretty list. I'm gonna make you pay for this. Your AJ's dangerous. Ooh, oh baby, I was born for this.
Yeah, I brought the West Coast to Dedham. Nobody is safe from my verbal venom. Put a witness on the stand and watch me shred them. Have them praying for peace, like the name John Lennon. A lawyer to match me? Well, I ain't met him. Don't believe me? Just ask Hank Brennan. Free can't read, and that was just the beginning. I'm never tired of winning. Got these middle-aged women waiting up to go swimming. Let's swim.
I don't get nervous. I make people nervous. I don't get nervous. I make people nervous. I put you on a ready list. I'm gonna make you pay for this. And AJ's dangerous. I put you on a ready list.
Sorry, Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, and KG. The real big threes, you Nettie, Bob, and me. Gonna come with the C? Don't try me. You should know by now I always come with receipts. I'm out here penning letters like my name better roll. You got problems, Cox, and I think they're federal. Attorney Corey Hopkins, sure let him know. This ain't an episode, this a whole damn show.
I don't get nervous. I make people nervous. I don't get nervous. I make people nervous.
Ajax out here eliminating all you greasy motherfuckers. Ha ha ha.
I'll put you on a Brady list. I'm gonna make you pay for this. JJ's dangerous. Ooh, I'll put you on a Brady list.
I'll make sure we get the Alessi song, because I see that there's a request for it. So I'll make sure that we get it. I love Bob Alessi too. He's one of my favorites. So absolutely. You got it. My favorite though from that, obviously you guys know Brady List is my favorite, because there's that line in there about oh my God, I'm blanking on it right now, but there's the line in there about the big three, and then it's like who is it? It's Yannetti, Bob, and me. I just love that. I think it's genius. So good. How good is Fervent though? So clever. So clever. Okay. Miss Emily is back.
Hello. Also, I will say Fervent is another person who has become one of my like real friends through this. And he's just like also the best. Just like good people.
Oh, smart too. Super smart, right?
Witty, so smart.
Witty, so smart. Yeah, just some of the lines. And like I said, when I learned about how he comes up with these, how he makes the songs, I was like, that's not like the fact that he sings the parts. How cool is that?
And just the lyrics are, I know that you can like just, let AI like write a song and whatever, but like AI can't do that.
No, absolutely not. No, he's like mastered how to use AI to make songs. He really has. Yeah, because I've tried.
Yeah,
by
the
way.
middle-aged women wet enough to go swimming. Let's swim. That is like
there's so many. There's so many classes. Also, the Proctor Defender one too. There's like so many good lines from. There's so
Orange is the new black, and I don't really like black. That's so good.
So good. I think about that too when we're listening to, thinking about these relationships. It's like, does he speak like this when he's at his engagement party, right? There it is. KG, Ray Allen, and Paul Pierce. That's it, Ginny. Thank you.
The funniest part was that Fervent put out Proctor Defender like 2 weeks before we saw the text messages. So it was like, it just kept getting better and better. Like, we didn't know everything that Fervent knew, but none of us did.
Right.
How bad it was.
It was really bad. It was like the perfect timing too.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. But I think about that, like how much, because think about it. I mean, he and Courtney are like this. She knows. Of course she does, right? So it's like, how much is she participating in that?
Is she in the Party Boys chat?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, how many of these people are? I mean, I'm sure she's not in the Party Boys chat just because of the, anal raping stuff. But aside from those things, I imagine she's very aware, right? She has to be.
And like, is her reaction like, Michael, don't say that? Or is she participating too?
I doubt it's Michael.
These family values.
I think they might be. The degree and severity of it, the fact that he's actually saying, let them die. I have to believe it's a family value. I don't think it's possible to separate them.
No.
I don't think there's anybody in his life that's like, hey, maybe you should rethink that statement, buddy. Right. So, hard to overlook, hard to overlook.
Which is also why in some of these interviews, I feel like they're guarding a lot that they know about Proctor, and are they're willing to give other bits and pieces up because they're like, oh, well, they don't know about this.
Right. Well, it's interesting too, because now obviously we've got a lot more information. You look back at from where we are today, and, people are not quite as willing to go out on a limb to defend him anymore. Right. But up through and until he pulled the suit to try to get his job back, really up through when Rosemary Scapicchio got that, the Miles King text or phone extraction, he thought he was in the right. So you have to remember, all through all of this, he still thinks he's in the right, which is crazy.
Yeah.
But he still thinks he's like, no, what? I didn't do anything wrong.
Right. And the Proctor defenders out there were all saying things like, well, we have all of these text messages saying all of these bad things, but you know what you don't see in there? You don't see anything about planting taillight. And it's like, oh, okay. So
yes.
He must draw the line at planting evidence.
Except for he didn't draw the line at planting evidence, as it turned out, right? And well, and they're also like, well, we shouldn't have had those. Those were his personal text messages. That was what Paul O'Keefe said in his interview with Christina Rex. And it's like, well, it turns out that these are not really just personal. They're other police conversations, right? So those are public servants, by the way, in case you didn't know. You might need a little lesson there. But it's crazy.
I know, Colin, totally correct.
Objection.
Sustained.
One thing, and perhaps we didn't ask the question clearly enough.
This is the third interview.
Third interview, okay.
So this is the third interview. The third interview is after they have spoke to Courtney. So the second interview, she's interviewed on 3/18. She goes home, comes back and says, oh, I was looking up this photographer named Mike, which is like completely ridiculous. And I just so happened, so obviously she went home and said, shit, we better go through all these and look to see what we have and what we don't have. So she finds texts, comes back, calls the investigator and says, oh, let me bring you these because I found them. Chris also meets with the investigator that day. I'm not sure if it's before or after Julie. And then a few days later, this is when she comes back. And now they have more information because on the 25th, they spoke to Courtney.
And this is after she's avoided their calls. So she said she got sick and she didn't, they were calling her incessantly. She wasn't answering. Then she says she was sick. Then she says she'll come in tomorrow. Then she actually has a baseball game or something. And then I can't do it then. I can't do it. So now she's playing a game. Now she's avoiding them.
Right. And we have to, geez, why? Look at her face. She has the face right there of like, what? I didn't do anything. What could they possibly want to talk to me about, right?
When we ask you about how often you communicate with Courtney, obviously that changed over time. The frequency changed over time.
What do you mean?
Correct. Like, you don't communicate with her today the same way that you communicated with her, at the same frequency that you communicated with her when she was a kid.
Oh, obviously. Yeah.
So maybe we didn't sort of get through, mine down and, enough in
maybe we didn't get through, he started to say, and then he's
terms of the, the specific time frames. Yeah. But I think you indicated like that it varies a lot.
Yeah, it does. It's life. I mean, that's not, it's even, I can say that with my bestest of best friends. Like I can go months.
Let me ask this. My bestest of best friends. Who could she be closer to than Courtney Proctor? Like, who is it even possible to speak to more than she speaks to Courtney Proctor? I have one name. That's it.
It is who? Her sister?
No, Jen.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't. Are her and Jen that close though?
I think they are probably now.
Oh yeah. Well, now. I do feel like it, but it's the same thing where when she says bestest of best friends, it's like what you were saying. She doesn't see Courtney in that category because that's a family member. That's like somebody that you talk about the kids with and stuff, not somebody that you're going to call and say like Chris and I got into a fight or something like that. Like that, it's not somebody that you're going to call and say,
that's true.
Like, I'm going, would you want to meet for dinner tonight or something like that? She's going to call and ask how the kids are. And she's going to call and ask if she's talked to Michael about the investigation at all.
Yeah. And she's the older. So from Courtney's perspective, she's the older sister. So she's not going to call Courtney and like dump all her problems on Courtney. It would be the other way around, right? If Courtney was struggling with something, she's going to call Julie, that kind of thing. Okay, this is funny.
Like a month, 2 months without talking to them and then be like, oh my gosh, like my own aunt and uncle, I can do it. It's everyday life. It's what you have going.
Don't you love when they do the, oh my gosh, like they're the most not wholesome people on earth their son, and this drives me a little batty when they talk about how close they were with John O'Keefe, which is such bullshit. Like, that is the biggest crock of shit ever. They were not friends with John. There was no real relationship with John. The basis of their relationship with John was their complete degenerate son, who used to drink Bud Light on his front lawn, tell him to F off, give him the finger, and then throw their empty beer cans on his front lawn. That's the nature of their relationship. It's awesome. They're awesome. Real quality, like class act human beings.
Going on in your life, it's if the kids are busy, then in turn it makes you.
And by the way, just not for nothing, do you want this woman as the primary caretaker for your children?
No. I mean,
just saying.
No.
It's just seriously?
I mean,
are we serious?
You raised Colin, so the resume's not great.
No, it's not. It's not a good look.
The body of work.
Yeah, stands. Yeah. Anyway,
and we're in different stages of our lives. Her kids are very young. My kids are older. So it's there's no.
You wonder why there's a couple different reasons why she keeps bringing that up, but I do think it's in part because of what we were just talking about. From her view, they're not like the kind of friend where every time she gets mad at Chris, she calls her and says, "Oh my God, I'm mad at Chris again." Right? I think it is the other way around. So,
no rhyme or reason.
Yeah,
she's yelling at them now. Like before, she was like sitting back, very like demure and like I don't know. Now she's yelling at them.
That's what she does when she gets nervous. She starts right like with the starts trying to control.
She has Jill Daniels in her blood.
She sure does. They are a lot alike, her and Jill, right? They look alike, they act alike. There was, by the way, a brother. They had a brother who was in between them in age, and he passed away from allegedly some kind of what looks like an overdose.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, it's very sad. He was actually my age, would have graduated with me.
Okay.
I'm going by their standards. So he would have graduated in 96. Then their father also died suddenly in a train accident. I don't know how, but he got hit by an Amtrak. Yes. And he got hit by an Amtrak. For 37 years, he worked as like a court clerk. He worked in the Quincy District Court, and that's the same court where Bev's brother
Quincy,
worked.
You say? Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah. So there's another relationship to Bev through her father, who was like a beloved figure in his little world, apparently. Very nice guy or whatever.
Sure. But compared to what you're asking, compared to like when they were younger, when they were, there was no cell phones back then. Like, do you know what I mean? So it would just be solely if my sister was involved.
Sure.
This part is where like I started to lose it. Like I lose my mind. What is she talking about right now?
What are like in like the early 90s what are we talking about?
Like she is gone back to before there were cell phones. Like he's asking about do you think these investigators give a shit about how much they conversed before there were cell phones? No, of course not. But what is she going to do? She's not going to tell them they spoke 70 times in the last 8 months, right? So she's got to find something to say here in her defense. It's crazy. It's absolutely
crazy. Or she could just stop talking.
Yeah, well, and that's the other thing. You could just say, very simple, not much, right?
Right.
Infrequent.
Did you say very rarely?
Right. Exactly. She likes the word very.
Cell phones before anything. So if that makes
before anything.
Were you using Courtney Proctor as an intermediary to communicate with Michael Proctor about this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I was not.
Are you aware that between...
Just so you know, when she uncontracts, it's a deception indicator for her.
February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, You and Courtney Proctor spoke by phone 67 times. 67 times.
Watch your eyes.
Objection.
Were you aware of that?
No, I don't know the exact count.
Do you deny that you spoke 67 times?
I don't deny it, but I don't recall the exact amount of times.
Okay, so you don't deny
hold on
that
for
you...
1 sec. So that I don't know why this just occurred to me, but so the fact that David Yannetti knows that Courtney and Julie spoke 67 times in that window means that the feds pulled that, right?
Mm-hmm.
The feds have so much more.
The feds had to have pulled it, right? And that's
Right.
why I'm saying I think that Morrissey did the investigation because he knew they had stuff he didn't know about. He had to,
And then
right?
that makes me wonder why September 6th of 2022? Like, why is that where the window ends? Why isn't it? Because I would think if the feds pulled it, it would have gone to like February of 2023 or something. I don't know.
What was the
Or April
start date?
The start date is January 30th.
So from January 30th, 2022.
Or February 1st or February 1st, maybe they said, to September 6th of 2022.
Okay. So so you know why? Because that would have been during like his investigation.
Okay.
That was during those were like the peak times of during Proctor's investigation. That's why.
And then something that's interesting, if I mean, I can't imagine where else that information would have come from. So if that is something that the feds pulled, it makes you wonder at what point of their investigation were they like, oh, we need to get the phone records between Courtney and Julie and find out when they were talking.
My guess is that was early.
Yeah. Do you think that was like just the direct result of like, you have Proctor's text, you see Julie wants to get you a gift, and then they're like, da-da-da-da-da, Julie.
Yeah. And also, I mean, Adam Deitch was prone to be looking at the police corruption.
Yeah.
Right. So he would have been immediately like, all right, what's the story with Proctor? And then if he gets those texts, he sees them between Courtney, he starts putting that together. I don't know what Karen would have told him too. By then, she may have also been like, look, there's a relationship here between.
Right.
We found that on Facebook. I don't know whatever. But also remember, so after this, there's more that I didn't include here where she's talking about, like he's asking more about the relationship between Courtney and her and what that dynamic was that I didn't include, that I would include if I was looking more closely at all of this. Because yeah, I mean, it's just egregious deception over and over and over and over. But yeah, it's very interesting to see what the feds have, right? What do they have? What do they have on, what would they be investigating more of if they were doing it now?
Right. And like, I'm sure they're not just looking at the number of calls if they were able to get, I mean, the feds can get anything. They don't need a warrant. They can get anything from anybody at any time. So they're not just going to be like, how many times did they talk? They have text messages between them.
Yeah. Yep. They do have the text
Spoke 67 times. You still want to maintain your testimony that you only talked very rarely with Courtney Proctor during that time period.
I just don't remember the exact amount of times.
Because if it's a 9-year relationship, watching your kids, I think by the very nature of that, it has to be at least a quasi-close,
and I trust her,
trusting relationship.
Yes,
But in terms of like you babysat for her kids for
I helped her. Yeah,
for some period of time.
Yeah.
And is it fair to say that was 2 to 3 times a week or so?
Twice a week.
I
would say probably it would end up being twice a week, but I will say that her parents are very heavily involved with her children's lives. And there were a lot of times when I'm like, oh, do you need any help today? And she'd say, oh no, Papa showed up, or oh no, BB's showing, her mother, they call it, like, is showing up to the house.
This is all absolute horseshit, just in case you don't know. It's just absolute outright. Yeah. Oh, Papa showed up.
Papa's
So
here.
it was nothing like, like you guys have to report to work. It was nothing like, sometimes like if her parents, they're older, they would go away to Florida and she would say, oh yeah, could you grab Jack from school this day and grab Jack this day like that. But then another week, the parents could be coming home and it was a thing that the parents wanted to see the kids. So of course we don't need to.
This is me being this is the part where literally I was in complete and stunned disbelief. Like I sat listening to this going, this is shocking. Like shocking. It's absolute shocking. It's shocking. This is a shocking level of deception to the investigators. And you have to ask yourself this, okay, why is she just egregious lying about this, right? This is like, because you saw how Courtney was willing to give it up the same way that you or I, like if you or I were sitting down and we were trying to protect our brother, understandably, from Courtney's perspective, like, but you're going to give it up. And she does. This is like, it's shocking. It's shocking. The levels that she tries to go to deceive the investigators is shocking. That's the only way to say it.
Well, and it's like, and she feels fine. She feels okay just lying like this to the police.
Or at least seemingly does.
Yeah.
Right? Like it looks like that, because what other conclusion could we come to given the degree of just overwhelming and absolute bullshit that she's spewing here? It's shocking.
Times when I'm like, oh, do you need any help today? And she'd say, oh no, Papa showed up, or no, BB showing, her mother, they call it, like, is showing up to the house. So it was nothing like, like you guys have to report to work. It was nothing like, sometimes like if her parents, they're older, they would go away to Florida and she would say, oh yeah, could you grab Jack from school this day and grab Jack this day like that. But then another week, the parents could be coming home and it was a thing that the parents wanted to see the kids. So of course we don't need to. So yeah, and that.
But would you say that it was a situation where it was approximately 2 times a week?
Yeah, if I did it, it was no more than 2 times a week. The weeks I did it, no more than that.
Wait a minute. If I did it, right? It was no more than 2 times a week. The weeks I did it.
Yeah, because most people are just perfectly fine when you're like a working professional, just leaving it up in the air each week who's going to watch your child.
Right.
Sure.
And if she's admitting to, go ahead.
Courtney says, I didn't want to put my kids in daycare. So your kids are home and you are working. So you're just leaving it up in the air each week. No, that one example from Florida is that Julie normally watched Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And this one week that Karen Barsamian and Proctor was in Florida, BB and Papa were in Florida. Courtney said, can you also do Tuesday and Thursday because my parents are in Florida? And she said, yes.
Correct. Yep. Yeah. So it wasn't probably 2 to 3 days a week. My guess is it was more than that even, because if she's willing to say it was 2, that means it was at least 3.
I'm picturing, I am just relating my own life. We did 3 days with the nanny, 1 day with one set of grandparents, 1 day with another set of grandparents when my son was like the daycare age.
Do we know what she does, Courtney? No, she does for work. I think she might have said it, but I forget. Marketing, maybe? I don't know.
Her husband's a supply chain manager.
Okay, so it's nothing interesting or exciting.
It's like an office. No, it's like an office and a job.
Okay, a job.
Okay, and that one went on for approximately a 9-year period.
How long it went on for? I mean, I'd really have to think about how long. I don't. So her oldest is
right.
No, I don't believe it was that long. I don't think it was. I don't.
Well, how long would you say it is?
Maybe like 2 or 3.
You're right.
Like I don't.
One sec. She works at a school. I don't think she's a teacher, but we know that. Thank you, MLE, like Emily. She works at the school that Yannetti and Lucky parked in the parking lot to go drive around, and then Proctor says, I hate that man. I truly hate that man because he was in the parking lot and he asked, "Is Courtney Proctor here?" And he made up that whole lie. Thank you.
Yes.
I don't.
I
think she's like, yeah.
Okay, so maybe is a teacher.
It was that she's not a teacher, but she was like, and not like maybe like a specialist in like the school or something.
Okay, interesting. Very interesting. She works at she thinks she works at an elementary school. Okay.
Yeah, it's the one that they parked at.
Wow. This is crazy.
I don't think it would have been that long because
I don't think it would have been that long, right? Because she's
an elementary school special education teacher.
There we go. Thank you.
Oh,
you guys are amazing.
She resigned a year ago.
Oh, she resigned a year ago.
According to a random Facebook post that I'm just looking at and not it all vetting. So could be completely wrong.
Okay.
Her oldest is 10 or 11.
Yeah.
I didn't watch her oldest when she was an infant. It was more so her youngest son. And right now, only, I think he just turned 6.
So he just went to
said,
school.
I didn't watch her younger son. That's right. Is that what she said? I didn't watch.
She said
her
I didn't watch the
son?
older one. I didn't watch the older one.
Okay, let's see. She's just so utterly full of shit.
Okay, and that one went on for approximately a 9-year period.
Oh God, I don't remember how long it went on for.
Yeah,
I mean,
so many years ago. Kid's 6.
I'd really have to think about how long. I don't. So her oldest is. No, I don't believe it was that long. Okay. I don't think it was. I don't.
Well, how long would you say it is?
Maybe like 2 or 3. Like I don't think it would have been that long because her oldest is 10 or 11.
Yeah.
I didn't watch her oldest when she was an infant. It was more so her youngest son. And right now, only, I think he just turned 6.
All right. So here we have an admission. She said, so the oldest is 10 or 11, right?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't watch him when he was an infant. So let's say that she starts watching him when he's 2.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just, right? And then the other one is 6. So we have at least 8 years that she admits to watching her kids, at least.
I also feel like it is hard to remember things like with adults. If I'm like, what year was that we went to so-and-so's wedding? It's like, I need to like situate myself in my adult life in that place.
Sure.
Remembering things with kids is actually very easy because there's like the school year breaks everything up. So it's like, there was this one school year that we did, this was the child care plan. Then the next school year, this was the child care plan.
Sure.
It's like, okay, that school year, I remember we did speech therapy at this place, and then the next year that is not hard to remember with kids. You know,
especially if one is 6 years old.
Right.
You know, like, okay.
And then you remember, okay, I was watching the older son when Courtney was pregnant. I remember like being at the house when she was pregnant. I remember when she went into labor. I remember when the baby was born. I remember like we were both home for a little bit. We were both there for a little period of time because she was on maternity leave, but she still needed help with the older boy because she was with the baby. Like these things are not this difficult. You're like, I know how, as a human who lives on the earth and has a brain inside my head, I know how memory works, and it's not this.
No, it's insane. I mean, this is just outright deception.
So he just went to school a year ago?
Yeah, so he's in 1st grade now.
So 2 years ago?
2 years ago, yeah. Yeah.
But prior to that,
and then you got to take in consideration COVID because no one was going near any, like, I wasn't going near anybody COVID time. So yeah, it was it was prior to that.
No, they did Thanksgiving. She even says they did Thanksgiving together during COVID.
You're right.
So they were
You
in
are
your
right.
bubble. Like there was
They were in the
there was
bubble.
a time in COVID where nobody was going anywhere except for the people that were in your bubble.
Yeah, she was in the bubble. Yep, you're right. So she
Otherwise,
was
you
probably
wouldn't have
with them during COVID.
Yeah. And the mom's still working. Courtney's still working from home.
From
That
home.
didn't stop. So now you have a 4-year-old and an 8-year-old, and the 8-year-old's doing online school. Of course you're over there. You're probably over there more.
Yeah. 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 She's just, it's just like I said, every single sentence. And don't worry, because we're going to go through every word of it. And I'm going to show you word for word how full of shit this piece of garbage human being, who her son very likely is responsible, in large part anyway, for, at a minimum, the conspiracy to cover up the murder of a police officer, and at a maximum is directly involved with his death. That, to me at this point, he's in until somebody provides me with a full investigation that says he's out. That's it at this point. Because these people, this behavior is the reason why. If they don't like the fact that their son is being thrown under the bus, they have two people to blame for it. This piece of garbage human being and his father. Their behavior is what draws every flag, every red flag on the planet belongs to those two, right? Colin's testimony was egregious, obvious lying also. But okay, he's a punk kid. They're trying to protect him because he's a punk kid. All right, I could go with that story. But their behavior after the fact is so outrageous. You don't lie with every breath that you utter for hours to a police officer, a state police officer, unless your life is on the line. That's what she's protecting. This isn't because of Michael Proctor. This is not lying to protect Michael Proctor because of Courtney. No way. This is out of control lying, despite investigators coming to you and saying, we know that you were the babysitter for 9 years. No, couldn't have been 9 years. No. I mean, she's just a monster.
It couldn't have been 9. It was actually 8.5.
No, she actually said it was 2.
I know.
Right? I mean, we know it was 8.5, but she's like, no, it was 2. Gotta remember, you guys, there's COVID. I mean, oh my God. Yeah, you don't lie like this unless your life is on the line or your kid's life is on the line.
Back, like I helped her out a little.
And here's the thing: did Karen's team did they not see this? Like, do you see what I'm saying? Could they not have used this?
I mean, in the folder that this came in, that like is the same thing that they got, there was also a police report summary of this. I bet they went through that. And they're just pulling out, like, they weren't thinking we need to pin down Julie Albert's relationship with Courtney Proctor. They were thinking we need to find something that just ties Michael Proctor to the Alberts. And that's that. Just that the relationship exists, not the depths of it. They also just thought like they had so much, like at this point when this came out, and they're 4 weeks from jury selection, and even when both the Commonwealth and the defense asked to push back the start date, Bev was like, nah, I'm good. They didn't have time to sit and watch this like this. They were just looking for, okay, this is just another check mark. We now have confirmed the relationship. We can say Michael Proctor had a relationship with the Alberts, check. And the Canton police didn't find taillight on the lawn at this time, check. And the taillight didn't look like this in there, check. This was just a teeny tiny piece of the enormous mountain of evidence that they had. They were not expecting that a jury was not going to see it that way.
It has to be. What you're saying has to be true, right?
Yeah.
It has to be. It has to be. Okay, let me take this off the screen for a second to get to some of y'all. Because I
Look at
can't
her
read
thing.
it.
I helped them a little bit after the way that she
I
was just
know.
paused.
Oh my God, I can't with them. I can't. She's just so, it's like it makes me angry, right? Because it's so insulting. Like the lying is so insulting. And Julie, did you just not think that anyone was going to see it? Like, did you really think that anyone was going to believe this? Did you not know that? These are the questions that come to me. Did you not realize that Courtney was going to be asked questions? Did you not care? Did you not want to talk to Courtney about it because you were afraid that it would somehow implicate Colin?
Or were you promised that it wasn't going to get to that point? Like, were you promised that there was going to be, that Karen was going to take a plea deal, and then when she didn't, oh, we're going to up the charges. Karen's going to take a plea again. Oh no, okay, well, we're going to prosecute her. We're like, it's not going to get to you. To them, like probably in her mind, she's a secondary character.
Maybe you're right. Or I don't know. I don't know. It's very hard to know. I always come back to not the sharpest tools in the shed, but like this is out of control deception. It's just so out of control. At Aisha 2370 sends 30 gems and a flower that I wish we could see, but thank you so much. I so appreciate you. Hello, Andrea P 356 sends $9.99. I think they are using honestly, like normally I would lie to you, but when it comes to this, I'm actually telling the truth. Like when Jen said, honestly, I had brushed my teeth. Yeah. So honestly is always a deception indicator, because if I am telling the truth, I don't like the assumption when we speak to each other is that we're telling the truth. If I have to say honestly, then what it's actually doing is drawing attention to the fact that I'm being dishonest, because I'm taking time out to say, well, honestly, right?
But I feel like it can be a deception indicator in two different ways. Like what Andrea's saying here is that, like, okay, I'm about to tell you something that actually is honest, and nothing else that I've told you so far is. But then there's also the flip side of like, I'm going to say honestly so that you believe me, but honestly, this that I'm saying right now is a lie.
Right. But it's usually the other way. In other words, right? Like, even though I hear what you're saying, I hear the way that Andrea's speaking about it, like it could be that everything else I'm saying is a lie and this one thing I'm telling you is the truth. But that's not the way people use it. People use it the other way. Right. So we know that Jen is, it's not because she didn't brush her teeth. You know what I mean? Like we know that that wasn't the reason why she didn't want to talk to Adam Deitch. So it's an interesting alibi statement. Oh my God. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's crazy to see that they all do it. I mean, they all use it. They all use it so much in these interviews that I like mentally blocked it out. I was like, okay, this word is getting used so often that I'm just going to kind of skip over it. And because you have to assume in every statement with Julie, especially, that she's she's totally lying because of her language. It's crazy. Like I said, I don't think I've ever seen a statement in any context where every single word that a person is saying is a lie. But I don't know that there's anything that she says that doesn't include deception. It's sort of like Brian Higgins. His testimony is completely deceptive all the way through. And usually that's an indication that the person who is being deceptive like that is actually guilty of the crime at hand. Not just guilty like of whatever they're lying about, but like of the actual crime.
Maybe it's her spawn. It's basically her.
Right. I mean, or the mama bear of the person responsible. And I don't want it to be him, but man, does their behavior, I mean, at what point do we stop and go, okay, the parents are behaving in such predictably incriminating ways if their son is the person responsible?
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. It really is. I retired yesterday, 411 sends $10. Can you say more about stacking the jury in the first trial, or point me to maybe a video either of you have done, like in a shifty, underhanded way, or legally more friendly faces? Good question. You want to take that, or you want me to?
Go ahead.
So let me think about it. I know I've done videos on this. I don't remember where they were in the timeline. But if you go back and you look at like just before, well, I want to say just before the second trial, when would we have found that out? Sometime in between, obviously, the two trials. But this came out during, was it the mega motion? I feel like it was something in Aiden's case that started this conversation. Because a letter from somebody related to Kate Peter emerged where that person made an affidavit statement saying that they knew Adam Lally was spotted having lunch with
the
foreman, the jury foreman.
Yeah.
So that was the original like statement that Adam Lally knew the jury foreman. And then from there, remember, turned out, and this is something that Alan Jackson, argued up and down after the first trial, we learned a couple of things. One, that Fanning was in charge of the jury. Fanning, the other guy in charge over at the DA's police force office, next to Tully. It's Tully and Fanning that are like the lieutenants over there. So he was the guy, it turned out, in charge of the jury. And remember, there was a story that just so happened to indict one of the jurors who was the most pro Karen Reed, obvious, right? That she had been talking at a bar, and one of the other police officers just happened to know Lieutenant Fanning, right? Told Fanning that she was talking about the trial, and that was completely unfounded, according to that juror, who the next day or very soon thereafter was pulled off the jury by this is right before they went into jury deliberation, right at the end of the trial. So they lost their most openly, obviously eye-rolly juror who was very obviously pro Karen Reed. So those are those are all of them. Well, and then what you were saying about Victoria
the
George.
only thing I'll add to that is I had Victoria George on my show. Like, she was my very first guest back when I was just a little baby channel. So maybe I should clip that and like put out that section where we talk about this, because
Definitely.
I know anybody yet. But she talked about how there was an incident where one of their fellow jurors had been like talking really bad about Karen in the little room, and the jury was set up in two different rooms, and they stayed in those. There was like half of them were assigned to one room, half of them were assigned to the other room, so they were never all together in a big group. And there was one juror that I believe this is correct, that Victoria had said was in the other room. But one of her friends from that room or something ended up reporting to Bev that this juror kept on making comments about, like, I know that Karen's guilty because the faces she's making and stuff like this.
Oh my God.
So Bev ended up, and I guess Victoria had been like nearby when they said that. So they called in the three jurors, Victoria and then her friend and the one who reported it. And Bev asked them individually, like, did you hear what this juror said? They ended up dismissing that juror. And this was like day 14 or something.
Okay.
And then those three that reported that juror, Victoria and her two friends, are the three that didn't end up deliberating.
Wow.
So the three that were like vocal about making sure that the person who was very anti-Karen mid-trial. And also, just to be clear, Victoria George is an attorney. We know that now. She worked on with the team in the second trial. And she is like moral to a fault, where it's like, if there is a rule, she's going to follow it. So she reported herself to Bev one day that she saw the billboard outside of Gillette Stadium. Like, in the morning, she like requested a sidebar and said, like, I just need to let you know, like, I saw a billboard that said free Karen Reed. And Bev asked her, like, did it influence your decision? She was like, no. She got to stay. But Bev knows that about her. And Yeah, I'm going to send you this later that you can analyze Bev's body language when Victoria gets picked to be the last deliberating juror. Bev looks up at her with this like very creepy smirk kind where it's like,
wait a minute, she gets picked or she doesn't get picked?
She gets picked to be an alternate. So they're picking the bingo balls so they don't pick the jury of who's going to deliberate. They just pick 2 balls of who's going to be there would have been 3 that they picked, but they dismissed that one juror about the like drinking thing.
I see. Okay.
Earlier. So Victoria was the last deliberating juror, the last ball to be picked to be a deliberating juror. And also the camera pans away so we don't actually see Craig.
Interesting.
Jim.
Interesting.
Jim. We don't see Jim like look at it. I don't know. It's all very weird. It doesn't sound like there's 14 bingo balls in there. You hear them drop them in and it's like dit, 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 dit. You hear like 4.
So wait, not everybody picks a ball.
No. So the Jim does the little bingo ball thing and he says, well, the juror sitting in seat number 2, that's juror number 16, please step down. And then they like step out of the jury box into like timeout chairs or something. And then Bev gives the jury instructions to the remaining deliberating jurors.
Okay, interesting. Got it. Okay. So there you go at Retire Yesterday. Hopefully that helps you. Yeah.
Probably just complicated things more.
And then I know, but then
also high fervent, high expert.
Hi guys. I can't see you. Aiden also made a point, and I was very grateful for this because I was extremely worried about this all through the second trial. I was really concerned about the jury tampering, and he made a point to write down his perceptions of every juror so that he could essentially he ranked like, all right, I think this person is the most pro Karen and this person is the least pro Karen. This way, if like all of the 3 people he thought were like the most anti Karen are the ones that get picked, he could say, see, clearly it's rigged. But that didn't happen in the second trial.
Paula was his favorite.
Yeah, which is funny, right? But also they were clearly wrong. Like Yannetti picked wrong.
Yeah.
You can't necessarily pick based on body language. Obviously, but still, just as a safeguard.
Which is why that additional piece of like Fanning having access to their notebooks comes into play.
Right.
That incident with the 3 like very pro Karen or like pro not guilty, not even pro Karen, pro not guilty, their body language and their facial expressions and whatever wouldn't have been enough. Except that Victoria did say that like when Proctor was on the stand, she was like disgusted by him.
Yes, well, and I'm sure that even people that were against Karen may have been disgusted by him. So that may not have been a great judge. Because the question is like, you could still hate Michael Proctor and still think she did it, right? But yeah, the notebooks would give him away, you would think.
Mm-hmm.
The notebooks would give him away. How about the fact that Fanning wound up being the guy in charge of the jury? Are they out of their minds putting Fanning?
And then they kept lying about it and saying like he wasn't and he has no involvement. We just got something else in a FOIA dump recently that had the list of all of the officers that got overtime pay like related to this. And there was like Tully's on it. It's like, you're a witness. Why are you doing security at the courthouse in a trial that you're a witness for and getting overtime for it?
Yeah, they're all disgusting. Thank God most of them are no longer there. Although Fanning is still there, no? Is Fanning still there? Yeah, that's what I thought.
But maybe Sandra Birchmore's case will be the next wave of
retirees
rehoming.
Yeah. I mean, he got away scot-free in all of this, and I'm sure he had a direct role in all of it. I'm sure he did. I mean, I just have no doubt whatsoever.
You know who else got away scot-free is DeChico. How come we never hear from
well, no,
DeChico?
He got
is
moved.
Always right, but like, why did we don't even know what he looks like. He never had to testify. He was there every time they found tail light. He was at all these interviews. He was at, what does he look like? Nobody knows.
I know. There's one picture of him that I was able to get, I think, from Aiden or no, somebody found it and gave it to us, but I don't know where it is now. I think I'd have to go back and look. Except for the one from high school that Yeah, we went through this. Somebody sent me a picture because I went through exactly what you're saying. I think on a live stream.
Crazy.
I know. At Saucy Meat Sauce sends $5. You're doing a wonderful job, Emily, and I so agree.
Thanks, Saucy Meat Sauce. I
We
love that
you.
name.
I know, me too. At Avon Bird Lady sends 10 gems and a thumbs up. Thank you so much, Avon Bird Lady. We love you very much. And gifts 5 memberships. That's so nice. Thank you so much. It's so amazing. I know. I love when people give memberships. It's very exciting. And Michelle Yerbell, 17 gifts memberships. Thank you. You guys are amazing. We so love you both. Twigs. Oh my God. Twigs, it's our 1-year anniversary. That's insane.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you. This is such a special moment. About Michael Proctor. He knows what the hell a relationship is. Yes, he does. He also knew that his proximity to the Alberts. Absolutely. He sure did. He sure did. In fact, one of the more incriminating things that he says out loud during all of this is that he's trying to make the argument that he doesn't think it's problematic. And it is just, he's not a great liar either. When he's really upset about something, it's like his entire tone changes, right? I mean, everything about him shows that he is being deceptive. And
you know what's
different. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Well, also from Julie's perspective, when she says like, "Oh, I wouldn't ask," I'm just a regular person. Now I've learned a few more things from this, but I would not have known that I wasn't allowed to ask like. So I have a good friend whose husband is a firefighter. If there was a fire, I would text her immediately and be like, what did so-and-so say about that fire? Like, if I knew that my friend's brother was investigating something, I wouldn't know that I wasn't supposed to ask about it.
That's a good point.
Like, I would be like, hey, like, is so-and-so investigating that? That's crazy. Like, what did he say?
Well, but she did do that. She did it 67 times.
Well, no, she did. But then in the interview, when she's like, no, I would never ask. I would not mess with his livelihood like that. Like, that's his. And it's like, why would you know that you couldn't? That's on him. You can ask anything you want to. He could tell you no. But like, it's not against the law for you to call him up and say, do you have any information? Unless you're trying to hide that you actually did do that.
Well, and you wonder, like, did she not? I guess not. I mean, do they just not think that anyone has access to their texts? Because that's the other thing. You know, you have to believe. I think there's one point where Courtney realizes it. There's a few moments where she kind of like pauses and then imagines the possibility that it could come back and like tries to make a recovery statement. Like even with the gifts, Julie wants to get you a gift. The follow-up text to that is something that's like along the lines of, oh, because she's so proud of you. It's
so
like
proud. Yeah.
Yeah. Like she realized like, oh shit, I better salvage that. Right. Because I don't think Courtney is stupid. But Julie, on the other hand, I have very serious doubts about. Right? Very serious doubts about. Hello, my dear. At Villanelle27 is a member for 5 months. I am too late. Just woke up. I've been waiting for Lindsay C. expert explaining. I knew it was complicated. Thank you to both of you. Yes, I finally did. I can't believe I guess it's just jury stuff right now. But so the Lindsay Clancy case is happening. I'm underway. And it is complicated. And I have a little bone to pick with it. Just that I feel like everybody kind of immediately jumped to this is one of two things, or this is a clear and obvious diagnosis. And once you get into the weeds with it, at least from the defense's perspective, I do not know what the Commonwealth is going to produce in terms of evidence. But according to the civil suit, if any of that is true, it doesn't appear as though that very simple, oh, this was clearly, postpartum depression and psychosis, does not appear like that is the case. Because if it was the case that the medication that she was taking would have been a more apt medication for what the problem was. It seems to me like there is potentially a much more long-standing mental health problem that either didn't go acknowledged by her or by anybody else, or they didn't know that's what it was. But it seems like there was a problem that predated like children, even. So I don't know. That's my very, very early assessment. I have a lot more, information to gather.
It's going to be such a hard trial.
I know.
I already know there's going to be I can't listen to the 911 call. I can't see.
It's horrible.
But
horrible.
I want to follow it because I think the fact that they are prosecuting her even just says a lot about the Commonwealth.
I agree.
So they're like, oh, she Googled how far away the restaurant was. So that shows that she planned or she wanted to make sure that she was going to be able to be okay in that time. And she wasn't. There's just a lot of different interpretations, and the Commonwealth always picks the most nefarious one.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many things wrong with all of it, right? There's so many things wrong with all of it. And the fact that the husband is sort of standing by her is a big problem for them. That's a big problem for them. If I'm a juror and I know that is going to dramatically impact my thinking about it.
And also staying by her in a way that it's it doesn't sound like they're still married. He's not standing by her in the I love her, I will stick by her side no matter what, so I will lie to cover kind of thing. It's I hate what she did. I hate everything about it, but the person I fell in love with is not that person, and she is being prosecuted for something that she had no control over. And that's the most believable kind of sticking by her.
Well, and I also, the perspective that I have too, I understand what these medications can do. And I understand the fact that this woman was prescribed 13 different medications in such a short period of time. I understand how bad it can get with multiple providers with competing and sometimes very different opinions about what's going on, who then will irresponsibly, because they're not talking to each other. There's a lot of arrogance in psychiatry. That's just an objective statement. That's not me putting the finger on anybody specifically. Right. I have some very close, and actually sometimes I've been known to say that my more narcissistic psychiatrist friends I like the most, because they're willing to do things that other people in psychiatry don't do. They're gonna say, I know, and I know more than you, so I'm gonna do something that most people won't do. And you know what? In psychiatry, sometimes that's what you need. You need somebody who's willing to go out on a ledge and try something.
Can one of them be a
will.
Judge in Norfolk County?
Yeah.
Dismiss Hayden's case or something. Just go out on a limb and do something.
You're right. That's right. And that sometimes you need that, right? You need somebody who's got balls and he's like, hey, you know what? I know better than everybody else. But the problem is they don't talk to each other. And if I don't talk to you and I don't know that Lindsay's been taking this medication with this medication and this medication for the last 6 months, now I'm telling her, well, no, we're going to switch to this medication. That is a fast track to take anybody's brain and completely screw it up. So, I mean, all of those things, I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying that's a possibility of what could have happened.
Right.
At Twisted Gemini 848. Oh, hi, Twisted Gemini sends 440 gems and Uncle Alert. What does that mean? Do we know what that means? What the Uncle Alert is?
I have no idea.
I don't know what the Uncle Alert is.
I don't even know what gems are. What are gems?
I know. I think they're new, right? Gems are new. They're yeah, I think it is new. See, it must be. Has to be, right?
Yeah.
SLT Sunshine 15 gifted 250 gems, right?
I have no idea what these mean.
Well, we're going to find out together. We're finding out right now. Oh, this is very cute. At KBella25 sends 499. I'm so happy to see Emily here because she's so cute. Also, I have a serious high school girl crush on number AD4DA. What does that mean?
AD for DA.
Oh, AD4DA. Oh, of course. Sorry. We all do.
Same.
We all do. We all are madly in love with him. We don't know whether, well, we just are. Let me just put it that way.
I will say, I feel like his team is not capitalizing on how adorable he is in some of the videos that they're putting out. They're having the camera angle a little bit weird, where his eyes look kind of weird, and they don't have a good ring light on him, so he looks kind of sleepy and washed out in some of his videos.
Maybe.
his words are still perfect, but I feel like somebody on his team needs to come in and do a little like.
Yeah. Or like, yeah. I don't know. He's interesting.
So wait, Greg Connor just put out his first ad, and at one point during it, he's in the place that Michael Morrissey filmed the hostage video.
No, he's not. He's in the library.
He's in the library. The same background. He's literally saying, "I'm a mini Morrissey."
That's amazing.
It's crazy.
I mean, I'm gonna look for that like as soon as we're done, because that's awesome. Any way that we can tie those two together, I think we have to. I don't think people are as aware or as knowledgeable as they need to be about who that guy is.
I agree. 100%.
It's a real problem. I just have to pray that people see it and they're quiet about it, right? That's all we can do. I think it's amazing.
So I have to hop off in like 5 minutes because my mom is bringing my son home.
No problem. I know I get, lost in all of this, but
I would stay here forever, but I
know. You have lives and things like that. That's right. Well, we love you, and anytime you need to hop off, you are welcome to do it.
Thank you.
At VKinds80 sends $5. I got a bad feeling about this. Is from the comedy movie Tropic Thunder. Got it. Amazing. Yeah, I'm like the worst about any comedic movies. Like I'm just bad. I just don't know the lines, and I'm not one of those people that gets any of it, so I won't get it. So you have to like spell it out for me.
Sam, yes. I don't know any movies.
Oh,
not even. There's none. Movies don't exist in my world.
I know they don't anymore, really, which is kind of sad. But who has time for that, right? At Operation Hug a Thug sends $5. Anybody else think they had Proctor in their phone as Bear or Chip? Yeah, of course they didn't have him as Mike Proctor, right? I mean, but they did do searches for the numbers. So the investigators did search the numbers for Michael Proctor in their phones. However, they didn't find one of them. So they clearly, right? Like, why? How does that happen?
That made me really annoyed when they like couldn't figure out how phones worked. And I was like, okay.
Yeah. And then they missed one, clearly.
Yeah.
So you wonder about
Chris
that.
Chris had one that he wanted them to find. He kept being like, keep going. Oh, maybe do this. Like he had a message that he knew was there and he was waiting for them to find it and they weren't, and he was getting antsy.
Yeah. Well, and they must have figured, I don't know if they knew that they knew the feds were around, right? Because the feds called Colin in to testify. So they knew. Yeah. I mean, I, by the way, did not know that until Courtney said it. Did you know that Colin was the one that was called in and they were not?
Yes.
Okay. So I didn't know that.
Yes, it was Jen, Colin. Yeah, we did know that, right? Because he got a note in at his college, and then he came home.
Right. Yes, we did know that. I guess I knew he had, but I didn't know that his parents didn't. I guess I just didn't think about it. We probably did know, but I just didn't think about it enough. Yeah,
I know.
It's interesting. You wonder, like, well, right, because. Right. Colin was in the federal. When was the state grand jury? So that was way earlier. The state grand jury was way earlier.
Was like April. It was before I hit him.
Yeah. It was a long
That's
time.
How early it was.
Okay. It was early. All right. Do you need to go, my dear? Should we let you go? Should we say goodbye?
But I'm not. I'm going to leave you with the Greg Connor. Hold on.
Oh, amazing.
This is what I was just clipping for you.
Beautiful. Oh my God, here we go. Let me take this off.
It's just this is just the screenshot because I couldn't figure out. Well, I can send you the link.
Oh my God. Look, what is he doing here? Who thought this was a good idea?
Somebody who I feel like they're now just spelling it all out because there are a lot of people that need more Michael Morrissey in order to continue life as they know it. Oh wait, it did download. Hold on, let me just.
No, for sure. Of course, right? Of course. We have an update on. Hold on, let me show this. Wait, I see you, Twigs. I'm trying to get this out here. So Twigs sends $10 and says the gems are extra emoji you can use to send in the chat. I'm glad you guys are doing the show together. I still think we should have a crime board. Also, Sam, you should call me about my trip. Absolutely, you got it. You got to let me know when that is. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm leaving you. The video's down there if you want to watch it.
Thank
I'm
you,
so
Twigs.
sorry. I have to take off. My mom just texted
All
me
right.
and said we're on our way. And
You
I
go,
have,
dear. We love you.
if I don't clean all of this up, I will not have a microphone or camera anymore because my son will immediately destroy it.
Got it. Okay, makes sense.
You're the best.
All right. Thank
Your
you so
chat
much.
is the best. Thank you so
We
much
love
for
you.
this.
Goodbye. Goodbye. We love her. She's the best. Okay. Well, thank you, dear, for being here with me. And thank you, Twigs, for keeping me in the know about this. Keeping us both in the know on this. Let's take a look quickly here at the this video. Hold on. Oh, no. I think when she left, it left with her. So I will have to pull it up separately. No problem. Okay, so let's continue with this. Let me see where we're at. At pbutts008 sends 250 gems and the clapping seal. Thank you so much at pbutts008. Andrea says, to get through some of you guys first. At Fiona Hewson sends 20 Australian dollars. If you ladies ever finish with the corruption, I wish you could have shine a light on Australia's corruption, especially Melbourne. Really? See, I don't know anything. I assume that's true just from what we know, right? Just from what we see. But I can imagine that that's true probably everywhere else, right? Especially in places where my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, that is it Australia where the legal process is pretty closed. Like it's not like anybody can just walk into a trial. I believe that's what I was told. It's much more secretive from what I understand in Australia. At least that's the impression that I was given by somebody. So I can imagine that if we can't just go see what's going on, then I imagine that God only knows what's going on, right? At least here, there's some ability to, keep an eye on things, but nowhere near the way that the system should be kept an eye on. These judges have way too much power. And unfortunately, they don't like it when they're being watched. They don't like it because it doesn't happen enough, right? They're not used to it. I hate that about it. I really do. At Andrea P356 sends $4.99. Speaking of the feds, were they actually following Higgins? Because I was thinking that exact same thing. Because how did they know what he threw away at the military base? The only way they knew is because they gave him a queen for the day or a king for a day offer. So my guess is they knew because he told them. I doubt they were following him around the military base. That would be think about it. They'd have to be following him, but also following him right before he's driving around from, one town to the other town, right? Because I think he was driving through the military base that's in between Canton and Sandwich or something. I can't remember exactly, but my guess is that it was given to them in a disclosure. That's how they knew. Because they did give him a deal. They tried to anyway. They tried to get as much information from him as they could. That's how they found out about, that's how come he told them that they're, a tall, dark-haired guy showed up right at the same time as Julie's brother was out front, trying to make it sound like it was Julie's brother, but obviously we know it wasn't Julie's brother, it was John. So I think that's why that's how they found out. That's my guess. It has to be, right? Because like you said, how else could they know unless they had a video camera on the military base that they may have acquired somehow. But if that was the case, then we would have seen that in the documents because they would have had to have turned over the exculpatory video. I think. I mean, I don't know the law, but that's my guess. They'll now sends $14.99 and says thank you both, and we thank you so much. And I saw your message about the email, so I will absolutely check it. I promise I will. I know I'm behind on emails. I have to check them. It's because when I go, last time I went and I checked and I cleared like 20 emails and there was just like 40 right behind it. So it's like, it's really hard to keep up because once I fall behind, it's like the dent that I get to make is very, it's like becomes very minimal. At Martha Chapman 007 since 1999, I felt for some time that CP is not going to be shocked by MP's texts. Yep. That depth of hatred is top, absolutely, by parents. Plus, notice CP's face changed at 1742 when the second trooper asks a question. He might be of Portuguese descent. I'll have to double check that, Martha. Let me write that down. Because what we're seeing here came all kinds of out of order, so I don't have that video right in front of me. But it's endless. It's just endless. Like the insanity is endless with these people. It's shocking. It's shocking. Let's watch maybe a few more of this. And I'm going to play this for 2 minutes while I also quickly run to the restroom. Because like I said, I drank way too much coffee and iced tea today. But I'm listening. So here we go.
After COVID, but not like anything crazy.
Okay. So it was not.
You further testified that you never have gone to any supervisor at Massachusetts State Police to disclose even a potential conflict of interest in this case that you might have, correct?
Correct.
To help babysit the nephews and things like that. So it really wasn't until like my mid-20s where I honestly got to really know Julie a little bit more. It really wasn't until later that we made our own kind of friendship. Yeah, and Jillian would watch her nephews, and we would sometimes help Jillian watch her nephews, and that's how I got to become a little bit closer to Julie. She was home with 3 boys.
Thing where you would talk to Julie directly and...
Yeah, I think a couple of times I might have helped babysit one of the boys. From time to time. So yeah, eventually I had my own connection and my own direct contact with Julie. Colin was my ring bearer. And during those years where I helped Jillian watch her nephews, I had a soft spot for Colin because he was a young boy who had a lot of anxiety, and I just kind of made a connection with him. And
now, remember, this is later. This disclosure about Colin comes after she's gotten comfortable with these investigators and she's gotten comfortable talking. So at first, she's much more careful. She tries to make it sound like, oh, she speaks generally about the nephews. She tries to put distance between herself and them. Then she talks about, I may have babysat one of the nephews, right? And the timeline is such that, as it turns out, we hear from Julie early on in her big speech to the investigators in the first video that when she had a new baby would be one of the times when Jillian and her friends, Courtney, were interested in her children. So we can start to put together that Courtney, who graduated from college right when Colin was born, would have been home, reuniting with her friend Jillian, and taken an interest in Colin. But that interest didn't start in the middle of Colin's young life. It started at the very beginning. And then we hear from Courtney, and this is also important, that actually that liking in Colin is what began the independent relationship with Julie. So much so, by the way, that how Courtney talks about Jillian changes. Before she had a relationship independent of Jillian with Julie, Jillian is Jillian. After the relationship that she has formed with Colin and then Julie, she's Jill. It's fascinating to watch. Even in the same sentence, the way she refers to her changes. And so it's very interesting. We know that there is a significant, it's not a casual relationship at all. It is a significant relationship that she has with Colin. And the way that they try to play it off like he was a ring bearer one time in a friend of a friend's wedding back 20 years ago is just asinine. I mean, that's the truth of the matter, right? It's asinine. In 2024, when he's 20 years old, at that point, he's had a long-standing relationship with Courtney. My guess is one that on some level continues. Probably not like it was when he was 7 or 8 or 2, but if you're close to a kid all through the first 10 years of their lives, you're not going to just cut off ties, right? Especially they live in the same town. Like she's still probably close to him now, right now. Now, to be fair also, I have not even gotten close to doing a very thorough statement analysis of Courtney. My guess is, from the little I've already done and what I know from this interview, she's going to start to speak about Colin in the present. And we're going to find out that relationship continues now. That would be my guess based on everything else that I've seen from all of these people. It's absurd. It's so crazy, man. The lying is out of control. It's out of control.
And he was my little buddy. And so he was a ring bearer in my wedding.
Through
my sister. Yep,
like
absolutely. Yep.
Okay. And Courtney, how do you usually communicate with her? Is it in person, Facebook, social media, voice calls, texts, all the above?
I'm not, text, voice call, a little bit of that. I mean, as in social media, as if, you like a picture, if that's what you guys consider, social media, then yeah, of course, like if she put up a picture of her kid, I'm gonna like, oh, that's cute, or possibly comment on it depending on my mood, or possibly press that like button. Same with Instagram, like that. So yes, I am connected to her on social media. Yes. As for we text and just the average.
The average.
Average communication in 2024, I guess.
Okay.
Yes.
How about Trooper Proctor's wife, Elizabeth? Do you communicate with her a lot directly?
Never.
How about Trooper Proctor's wife? Do you communicate with her directly? Never. Remember this exact way, because this is that same type of the type of deception that we saw during the trial, where she gets out in front of the questions, right? Never. She starts jumping to answer in these very definitive ways, like immediately went upstairs and, when she feigns horror at the idea that Colin could have been beat up from being in a fight. That's the same kind of way that she's now speaking about never having spoken to Elizabeth. And then almost immediately that turns out to be a lie. Immediately.
So no Facebook, you're not Facebook friends with her?
So I was Facebook friends with her, yes. So I guess, okay, so we'll back up. Yes, on Facebook, we're Facebook friends, yes. I haven't been on Facebook for some time.
Okay.
But like on Instagram, like yes, in that way, yes, but not text, not voice, not with that, not that way.
Right. So it's not never. So it's not that we never communicate independent, like individually, one-on-one, right? Of course not. And yes, Saucy Meat Sauce sends $10 and says Colin was in the house. Yes, Colin was in the house. There's no question Colin was in the house. Colin was in the house. That I have absolutely no doubt about. The question is, what was the extent of his role in all of this? How much of their effort to keep him out was to try to hide that he was directly involved, and how much was to try to keep this punk ass kid who had a problem, whether we want to admit it or not, with John O'Keefe out of the mix because of that. I personally wouldn't have even really thought that was a legitimate motive, except for the fact that his parents, like Julie in these interviews, she's almost like unnecessarily lying. lying with such an extreme abandon that why would you do that? Why would you do that if it's just to what? Like, there's no, you see what I mean? There's no question that there's a relationship. I mean, it's not even debatable. And she's not really arguing that it isn't true. She's not arguing that she doesn't know Courtney Proctor. She's not saying she doesn't know who Michael Proctor is. Everybody can see clear as day that there's a relationship. So once you admit that, which she has to admit, then why would you just at every turn go to such extreme lengths to egregiously lie? Make it sound like you barely know Courtney's kids who you've been babysitting for 9 years. Unless there's more incentive to protect your own interests. Because what, like, she's not brain dead stupid. I mean, she's not the sharpest, but she's not that stupid where she doesn't know that if I'm lying outright to a police officer, a statey, in an investigation of any kind, that there's not going to be consequences. So she must deem that the possible consequences for me lying my face off to an investigator are nowhere near as bad as what could happen if the truth of this relationship comes out. You see what I'm saying? That's got to be the calculation that Julie Albert is making here. And that's what elevates over and over again. These are the kinds of decisions that Julie and Chris are making that just make it abundantly clear. I mean, they sent Colin, who has been sitting with his thumbs up his ass since he left college in 2022 or 23, maybe, doing absolutely nothing. 2 weeks after he drops a civil lawsuit, Colin disappears into the military? Like, do you guys not, what do you think, that we're all just blind? You don't think that's suspect at all? He just can't be found now? But that's the plan. I mean, if you don't think that as soon as that kid graduates from basic, the very next day, I guarantee you, he's going to be on a plane as far away as they can get him. He's going to suddenly enlist in some very special elite training force in Iraq. He's going to be on the next train to Iran. That's where we're going to find Colin next, because they will do anything, lie in any way that they have to, do anything they can to keep that kid out of, in front of authorities, lawyers, judges, police officers. They just want him gone because they don't trust him, nor should they trust him, because he's not smart enough to get himself out of this disaster, and neither are they. How long? These people must be praying that Greg Conner wins this election. They have to be, like, daily. Remember how Jen had voodoo dolls? I mean, if she has voodoo dolls of Aiden and Karen, God only knows what she has for Adam Deitch, because the biggest threat to these people, it's not even close, is him. He is the biggest threat that they have. So God forbid he gets in that office. They know that they're done. They're done for. Absolutely done. I mean, is it even a question? Crazy. At Colorado Yaya. Colorado Yaya sends 1,000 gems and a goat trophy. Thank you, Colorado Yaya. That's awesome. At your dad's favorite mom sends $4.99. In the CF McCarthy's video with Turtle Boy, you can see Jillian's disposition shift as soon as he mentioned Colin, as soon as Aiden mentions Colin by name. I'll have to double check that, but that video is so rich in information. It was like a game changer for me when I sat down and really watched that moment by moment. There's a lot going on in that video. A lot. a lot. You really see the desperation. I mean, it's palpable. There's a palpable desperation for these people. At Twigs the Gemini sends 2 gems. Thank you, Twigs. I got to figure out what that means exactly, but as soon as I do, I will thank you even more. At Saucy Meat Sauce sends $5. No means get you wasted and try while you're sleeping. To Proctor, yes, that's what no means. He's a sweetheart, right? Gotta love Michael Proctor. I will also say I didn't get to bring this up because I wanted to show you, but I don't think I have it here. Let me see if I can just quickly find it. I think it might be pretty easy to access. Check this out. Yeah, here it is. Let me put this on so you guys can see this. You see Michael Proctor in this interview. This is not the greatest example of it because his eyes are like pinned open here. But when you see him come in, remember, this is just a few months before we see him testify in the Karen Reed trial. And when he comes in for this interview, I mean, his eyes are so puffy. It looks like he either has been drinking the last 24 hours before he comes in or crying or both. He looks bad, and it's all in his face, right? He's got this puffy face, and again, we see him just a few months later, and he doesn't look like this, which makes me think that maybe he has been drinking and crying or some version of that, because he does not look well in this interview. The other thing to note about this interview, which I did do an analysis of, you will see it soon, they don't even ask him any questions, so it's not for that purpose, but the lawyer that he has with him here seems wholly uninterested in defending Michael Proctor. Very interesting dynamic between him and this lawyer, if you watch closely. So not a lot of important stuff comes out of this interview, this particular video, which is only like 7 minutes long, because they don't ask him a single question. The only question they ask him is whether or not the topics they covered are the extent to which he was asked questions basically by the feds already. That's essentially what it's all about. It's crazy. Just crazy. The whole thing is so crazy. At Twigs the Gemini sends $5. When Julie is defensive, she answers, yeah, yes, yep, yes, exactly. She jumps the gun and vehemently. Yeah, yes, yeah, right? Like that. It's crazy. It's crazy to watch. And she does answer in the trial that way. And then she starts chomping on the gum, which she apparently always has, which is very interesting too. Just the fact that she's always chewing on this gum, right? It's crazy. These people are so crazy, you guys. It's wild. Let's see like a couple more, and then we're going to probably call it. Let's see. This could go on forever. I mean, we could spend the next 2 years doing this. That's how much there is. It's wild. It never stops. It's absolute insanity. Absolute insanity. Okay.
Social media, yes,
Yes.
but not by phone.
Correct. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And phone would include like messaging apps like WhatsApp and stuff like that, like nothing like that. Okay.
Nope.
Right.
And how about
Unthinkable,
Trooper
right?
Proctor?
No. Social media, as in, I believe, and I would honestly have to check, possibly Instagram,
Okay.
but not what the kids do on that, like not message, just the simple Instagram app, and that would be it.
Okay.
Yeah, like she is pulling out all the stops. So now she's, trying to play like, oh, I'm old and stupid because I don't know what the kids are doing these days. But, just plain Instagram, not like, the messaging feature on the Instagram app, like that makes it any different at all. Right. So what she's saying is I communicate with Proctor's wife on Instagram, but not the messaging feature on Instagram, which is completely irrelevant, right? So she's adding extra information to try to make what she's already told us sound less incriminating. Like, well, yeah, we do that, but we don't do that. It's wild. And Twigs the Gemini sends $5 and says, crazy that you said exactly what my super chat said right as I sent it. Well, great minds, like they say, right, Twigs?
And so, do you communicate with him by phone at all?
No.
Not by phone.
Yeah, that's funny, except that when they communicate by phone. It's wild.
Have you ever socialized with Trooper Proctor, Trooper Proctor's wife Elizabeth, or Trooper Proctor's sister Courtney?
Have I ever socialized?
Yeah, socialized with them and been in the same place at the same time.
Absolutely, yeah.
With all three?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's start with Trooper Proctor's sister, with Courtney.
With Courtney, where
Like how often? Quite often, from what you explained, right?
I mean, I wouldn't say quite lately, not quite, like, not really that quite often.
Okay.
Like I said, life just...
Lately, not really quite that often, right? So she gets the thought in her head that lately their communication has been less. And so she goes to say that and then realizes it's not true. So starts putting in all of these reductions of commitment immediately because it's not really true that she doesn't see her at all. It's just that by comparison to what used to be every week, probably at least 3+ days a week, because she was the nanny for her children for 9 years. It's not like it was then, right? Remember, there was 67 calls during the bulk of Michael Proctor's investigation. So as Emily pointed out, from the end of January 2022 to September 2022, which would have been, right, that was like right when he got Karen Reed's phone. So we know that that's the time where he was really investigating allegedly every day, though God only knows what he was actually doing during that time. And at Butterfly Year 60 sends $5 and says exactly what I was, been thinking all along. I can't see going that far to protect Colin unless he's directly involved. It makes no sense. And I'm going to add to that too, Butterfly Ears. And it doesn't make sense that there would be no consideration whatsoever of calling what happened to John in to 911 unless Colin is directly involved. If you take Colin out of this house altogether, it gets very difficult to see. Yes, I know there's penalty for dog owners, right? I know that, and he would have known that, Brian Albert, because he's a homeowner and he has a German Shepherd. I get all that. They're cops. I get it. They're drunk. I get it. They could get in a lot of trouble. Yes. But they also equally know the police. They know Mike Lank is going to be the one to be on the scene first. They know what Kevin Albert is coming to the house. I mean, like, they also know that they could get out of it as likely, right? But Colin is a whole nother story. And the fact that Jen, minutes after what happens to John, is texting John, to me, there's really the only way that makes sense. That a person like Jen McCabe, who, as much as I don't like her, is not a sociopath. I mean, there's no evidence that she's not capable of empathy. Maybe there's a little bit of evidence, but right. In other words, I don't think she's a true sociopath. And that's the only other explanation that one could come to, is that she must be, because a minute and a half after, whether it's 3 minutes or, a minute and a half, somewhere in that range, can't be much more than that. After John O'Keefe has become unconscious in front of her, she is trying to create alibi text messages to make it look like he didn't come into the house. If Colin is not involved, I don't see her doing that. Why even put yourself in the middle of it, right? Why even say anything? Just get the hell out of the house if Colin is not involved. That's another thing. Why is everybody still there? If Colin is not involved, then just get everybody out. Call 911, keep it contained. But if Colin is there, then we have a very different situation, and everyone is going to rally to protect him. Right? So the only way this story really makes sense entirely, all the way through, is if Colin is involved. That's another reason why I just can't get him out of the house. I'd love to. I hope that somebody one day is able to provide me evidence that suggests Colin had nothing to do with any of this. But every single second that goes by, the opposite is happening. Like over the weekend, the trial files drops this. And this is just a whole arsenal of evidence that supports Colin being in the house and directly involved. More evidence. When you thought there couldn't be more evidence, here it is. And there's one more thing I want you
gets
to
in the way, but the only Courtney, the kids, her kids, my kids, she loved my kids, her kids are wonderful, things like that. But with Michael and Elizabeth, the only way I have ever ran into Michael and Elizabeth in a social situation is if I've gone by Courtney's house or if I've gone by Mr. and Mrs. Proctor's house, Courtney's parents' home. Courtney and Michael's parents.
Have you ever been to parties, weddings, or social events where Trooper Proctor or Elizabeth have been present?
So the only event like that I went to was a wedding, and it was Courtney's wedding. My son was a ring bearer. Courtney was real close with my son Colin. They were close. She was good to my son Colin, and she picked Colin to be her ring bearer in her wedding. So Michael was there.
Okay.
Obviously, that's Courtney's brother, so Michael was there.
Do you remember when that was? That was a while ago.
Yeah, it was a while ago. I would say, I think my son was 7, so I'm guessing it was around 13 years ago. I mean, I don't know her exact wedding date, but it would be her anniversary, so whenever that. So I'm guessing 13 years.
And at that wedding, do you recall having any substantive conversation with Trooper Proctor?
Don't even remember if I probably said hello to him. That's about it. I don't even know if that probably might have been even the first time I met Michael. Probably was.
When's the first time you'd say you met Elizabeth?
When I met Elizabeth? Oh, God. Maybe when they were engaged. Her and Michael were engaged.
So there it is. Let's hear this again, because she drops this without thinking. This is the trouble when you start talking without thinking. So we have Chris telling us that the only social engagement that he can remember ever being at with Proctor is obviously Courtney's wedding. Then we see Julie asked a similar question, asked about, hey, how do you know Elizabeth Proctor? Do you remember when you first met Elizabeth Proctor? And this is what she says.
I met Michael. Probably was.
Probably.
When's the first time you'd say you met Elizabeth?
When I met Elizabeth? Oh, God. Maybe when they were engaged. Her and Michael were engaged.
So she doesn't realize it, but what she has just told us is that unless she was present the moment when Michael Proctor asked his wife, who she still is married to, although maybe not for much longer, to marry him, unless she was at the proposal, then she was at some type of engagement celebration for Michael Proctor, not for Courtney Proctor, for Michael Proctor. So she has just slipped up and told us that she met Elizabeth when they got engaged, which means she was invited to a social event, not for Courtney that Michael was at, but for Michael, which once again underscores the extent and the nature of the relationship that they do have, which is familial. Like, I had a really big engagement party and a very small wedding when I was married the first time. And the engagement party was lots of people. It was a big party. And then we eloped, or essentially eloped. We had a small wedding with like 35 people in Mexico. And makes sense, right? It makes sense that Proctor would have invited his family. And remember what his mom said. The Proctors are the second family to the Alberts, to Julie and Chris Albert. Makes perfect sense, right? So what's funny about this is after she says it, the investigators go dead silent. Like they realize what she has just said. She takes a minute and then she tries to recover. And of course, she's not super smart, so she doesn't actually do it successfully. But this is what I wanted us to take a look at, because it's just a huge disclosure. This goes on for all of these videos are like this, but hers are far and away the most egregious ever. Emily says, Julie, not what the kids do. She knows about Proctor's Snapchat. Yes, absolutely. I recognized immediately when she was talking about Instagram and the Messenger that it was probably a reference to Snapchat. So she knows, which makes you, of course, think she probably does have a Snapchat. You know, it wouldn't shock me. Again, we'll be able to see, like, if I do look at it much more closely, we'll find out if she does. I mean, she can't hide it. They just can't hide it. She's just letting it all go inadvertently. It's wild. Yes, Madeira says, I have the photo edits of passenger in the Jeep. I think it's Chris. You can send those to me immediately. Send them to my email. As soon as I get off of this, I will immediately go to my email. The next thing I do. I absolutely promise. Yes, we are wrapping things up right now at Kit Gracie since 1999. The only way I can see Colin being there and not involved is the same fall accident, except Colin witnessed it and starts having a panic attack that he will be blamed due to all the bad blood. Courtney, right. Yes. Right. Yeah. Well, I don't know that Colin would have to. I think that his family would do that for him, Kit. Like, in other words, he wouldn't even have to have an opinion, and they would be like, we don't want this kid to ever get in any more trouble because he's already known as like the punk kid. Right. So I think just his reputation alone makes it obvious to me that he would be somebody they would try to protect because of that reputation. If that makes any sense. So I totally hear you. 100%. Totally hear you. Bite My Bits is a member for 5 months, says, does it make more sense that they decided not to call 911 if they discovered him dead after some time? Does it make more sense? But they didn't. They didn't discover him dead after some time. So I'm not sure, but they didn't. I mean, they didn't. They just didn't. You know what I mean? They didn't. Like, yeah, I don't know how else to say it. All right, everybody. That's it. Denise, you're the greatest mod the world has ever seen. We gotta go. I would love to stay with you guys forever, but we have to move on. I have to eat something or I'm going to probably puke. So everybody, I love you guys. You're the best. Thank you so much for being with me. Thank you, Emily C, for being the greatest ever. Thanks again, Denise. Thanks to all of you for participating. I am so blessed. I'm so grateful to have you here with me. And I will see you guys on Wednesday.
It is the defense counselor's duty to protect the rights of the individual, as it is the prosecution's duty to uphold and defend the laws of the state. Justice for all. Only we have a problem here.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright.
This is me reminding you once again to like the video, like this video, like the video, like this video right now.